welcome everybody to the new stream. What is up, ScarKnight, bringing you day 28 of sorts. And of course we're here yet again with our counter at 325, which apparently is also inaccurate. And as opposed to Monday, it's we had -4 around then. And this time around, it was the total opposite, because instead of getting -4 for this one, we had +4. We didn't count certain we didn't count certain Zubats. Not that it matters, but from 179 to 180, we just killed one and didn't even count it. And then afterwards, we had this moment around 190 and onwards where we accidentally exit out our counter, and then like we accidentally rose it to like 240 or 140. I don't know. I was under the impression we were at the 140s despite starting the stream at like 167 or whatever, or 168 or 164. I it doesn't matter. Like, me putting 140, I wasn't sure why I did that, but we got 4 more Zubats, and then I readjust it to 194 like it's supposed to be. And from 201 to 202 we missed one, so that's another +1. 272 to 273, that's another one, and 288 to 289. Most of these Zubats that I missed, I just killed and I just didn't count it, or I was distracted. That was pretty much so. The exact opposite of yesterday's minus count. This one is an improvement on this count. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We're at 329. Just so you guys are aware. And you guys could check my work if you guys want, because I kind of just skim through the streams to see if it's accurate or not. But yeah, that's for the most part. If you are confused on where we're at currently when it comes to the stream, basically we're at the first 25 days. We have gotten 1,500 encounters for Eevee, and there has been some inconsistency to the answer whether you could even find a vintage/retromon in before getting the Xenoverse vintage decks, which is required to get the first Pokédex with all the Pokemon caught and evolved and all that shit, along with getting the X Pokédex, which is getting all the X Pokemon, which there's even some X Pokemon that we have not even seen in the normal Nuzlocke yet. So that is a lot to require. Then we do the vintage decks, and supposedly through some people's sources, and much being their own, Cosmic Soul, supposedly says that it's not possible. So I'm here since the start of this week, from 26 till today and then onward. We are gonna see if it's true or not by testing it out on a very common Pokemon, that being Zubat. We could also do this on Oddish, but I have yet to count the Oddishes that I've killed in the first grinding montage that I did before the first gym. But we're almost at 500. We're easily gonna get it today, so we will see if it is possible. Because if it's all around where you could just find, vintage mons, it's a 1 out of 4,000 chance, which is, pretty low odds either way. But killing 500 Pokemon of the mon that has a vintage available will reduce it down to 1 out of 500. So we'll see if it works. And I'm kind of tempted, but kind of not really also tempted to eventually test it out on Oddish as well. And regardless whether it's true or not, it doesn't really prove that Eevee is, because there's certain Pokemon like Tauros that is among these Pokemon in the list that you can no longer get as a retro or vintage mon. So that's kind of where we're at right here. It's a bit awkward. But yeah, in the last stream as well, well, for Monday and Tuesday, I would say, and this is the thumbnail guy for this episode. I just decided to put him there because I couldn't think of anything else. But, might as well do it for this Pokemon in the grass. I was also considering Ghastly, but I wasn't too sure. But yeah, like, I really hope as well it's not like certain Pokemon in the list that you can just no longer get, which I just find very unlikely that Eevee's in that list, because you can find Eevee in one of the routes. I don't know where you can find Tauros, and I don't know if he was only available in the pink pathway. But I'll get back to what I was about to say in a little bit. For the most part though, as we get our first Zubat of today, 330, we're gonna be moving pretty quickly, I would say. Yeah, I need to check for the Tauros if he was even available, but there was somebody that messaged me on Reddit asking if they could trade pink pathway Pokemon, you know, to do that for them and stuff. Unfortunately, you know, for people that have seen my Nuzlocke and stuff like that, it's pretty evident that you know, I installed the game like after the whole pink pathway stuff, which is, you know what, it's kind of, well, no, never mind. I was gonna say something stupid. I was gonna be like, you know, if you get the pink pathway and then you install it, would it take it away? No, I already been away because of the timed event, so yeah, it's stupid to mention, but yeah, I was not around for the pink pathway event, so unfortunately I wouldn't be able to even if I wanted to. I just barely heard about the pink pathway like a few weeks ago. I didn't even know it existed, so no idea. And also for the fact that it's not even possible to trade pink pathway Pokemon or mystery gift Pokemon as far as I'm aware, because there's some Pokemon that are not viable, and also that you can't trade you know, Pokemon that has illegal moves, because I looked into it a little bit just from what people are saying in the murmurs, that you know, you can't trade a Pokemon, for example, like Jigglypuff that has Attract, because that's not a legal move it can learn. I'm not sure how it's not. I feel like the Igglybuff line would learn Attract. I swear I saw them have it in different games, not just this one, because I know we have Attract for the Valentine's Day one, but I'm not totally sure. I don't know. Like last stream, I was kind of doubtful, not really on myself, it's just like, I don't know, I never really have good luck when it comes to all this stuff, so like to consider considering the odds and stuff like that, it could just be very unlucky and not just find it within odds. Maybe it's easier for somebody else to test it out rather than myself, like, you know, because, I don't know, it feels like I killed a leprechaun in a previous life, that I just don't get these opportunities and stuff like that to find whatever the hell it is, but yeah. But as I was gonna say, also in the last one, we booted up TCG Pocket for the first time. It took a while, like, you know, maybe like the first 10 minutes or 8 to 10 minutes till it booted up, and it was laggy for like the first 15 minutes, but eventually it wore off and we opened a shit ton of packs. I think we opened like 34 packs, and we did pull some pretty good stuff. Like we ended up getting the gold lining rainbow Entei, and we got a shiny Infernape, a shiny Puyukumuku, a shiny Krabby, some full arts like Yamper, 2 Fanfees, a Milotic, and the best card that we got was the shiny Mew EX, so that was great. That was really, really rare and awesome to get. So yeah, we got some pretty good stuff, and you can watch that in the last one. Because the one before that, it did not want to boot up, and it was acting stupid because it wanted me to update. And usually in a regular phone, when you're updating, it puts the app away, and then once it's done updating, you could just, you know, press play or open on the app, and it would just do it for you. But for some reason, this time it just didn't, and it was very dumb. But yeah, I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at right now. Hopefully this experiment's working, or not working, but worth it. I mean, I don't regret, like, you know, even if it's proven false, I don't regret, you know, looking for these Eevees even still, because it ended up getting me some pretty good shinies. Like, I feel like just the Hawlucha shiny alone is worth all of it, because I was kind of towards the end before the 1500 mark. So I don't know, I just find it a little bit worth it. I didn't want to get all those shinies, especially since it's kind of, you know, it gets to a debatable point talking about, like, the Nuzlocke rules is like the shiny claws, and if you keep finding shinies, like if you spend all your time finding shinies, you could theoretically get unlimited Pokemon per se. Like, I know it's still hard to find it, but if a person doesn't want to get loose in Nuzlocke and he has all the time in the world, he's like, well, technically I didn't lose in Nuzlocke, and they would just keep doing that, then yeah, I don't know. Not that somebody did that in the past as far as I know, but I don't know. It's kind of just a rule just in mind for people just to think in their head, okay, well, they're gonna more likely find one shiny Pokemon or two. They're not thinking like, oh, well, this shiny hunter could just keep on doing that. Especially since there's some ROM hacks that has boosted shiny odds, so it's easier to find them. Because there has been that in the past. I forget which. I forgot which Pokemon game. It was like a crystal hack. I think it was. I don't remember. I want to say it's like Tempest or Moon or some shit like that. Something crystal. It's like a crystal hack. And I remember back then it was like Nappy and Nexus played it. And it was so easy to find a shiny, and I'm pretty sure Nexus is the one that played it, and he kind of abused that rule, I think. Or maybe, I don't recall if it was Nappy or Nexus, but one of them just like go like, okay, well, we could only get one shiny per route or whatever. And so they did that like purposely. They would get like basically two encounters, like the normal encounter, and then like the next one would be the shiny encounter if they grind their Pokemon up. And I know that Triano hacks also have it, where you could get yourself a shiny or whatnot. I don't know what to do when it comes to that, but for the future Xenoverse, it's still basically regular shiny odds. So it's not like I'm gonna use these shinies or anything like that, even though I did get a few. 337. Like, I didn't really have any plans to use a Hysteric, to be honest with you. Like, even in the get-go, even if I caught him pretty early on. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't, like, if it was like an all-sound type team or something, then more likely that'll only push closer, because I'm not too crazy about Mandrake. But, you know, never say never. Like, at the same time, it's a more likelihood that I'm not gonna do it. That I'm gonna use Periwinkle for my team. Okay, well, hopefully I counted the other Zubat. There was a lot of that in the past couple days, because it's just, I don't know. It's just a lot of that. But yeah, also yesterday we talked about Tobias. And I thought for a second, like, because when we read the Darkrai movie, because coincidentally there's another Tobias that was having a cameo in the film, and I thought they were talking about the Sinnoh Tobias. It turns out it wasn't. It was talking about the Pokemon 2000 Tobias, because I guess there's two of them. Because this Tobias was the tribe leader of like the whole ceremony to, you know, get the prophecy of Lugia, Moltres, Articuno, Zapdos, because they were looking for their chosen one and shit like that, and you know, doing their little flute song and everything. So yeah, they're talking about that Tobias. I guess because they were just doing movie cameos that they wanted to show the other characters involved in the movies. It still would have been cool to foreshadow that this Tobias is like, you know, here and he's considering catching Darkrai. That's what I thought. That's when I read it that I figured it'd be something like that. I still think it's worth reading him because he's the only trainer to have 2 legendaries. Come to think of it, I don't know who else owns legendary Pokemon. I'm surprised no gym leaders have caught their own gym or legendary Pokemon. The only exception is Brandon, but I feel like that fucker cheats. Like, there's no way he catch all those with his Ninjask, and he might have had a Hariyama, I don't remember, or maybe another bug type. But I just find it so bullshit. I don't see Brandon in the same light as Tobias. Tobias has Darkrai and Latios. And I guess he's specifically designed to be the human counterpart to Darkrai. So there's some theories suggesting that he just basically is Darkrai. But I mean, if people believe that, if people believe that that's Darkrai and then he's using a Darkrai, then what the fuck? That doesn't really make sense if you think about it. So you're saying there's 2 Darkrai's, or like what the hell's battling there? Or is this all like a nightmare illusion that everybody's kind of asleep but at the same time not? 340. Regardless, yeah, that is what it said in the Bulbapedia, that he is for sure the human counterpart to Darkrai. Which, you know, all trainers, depending on how they look, you know, sometimes you could kind of see their Pokemon representative side on, you know, basically what they look like and stuff. As we get an Eevee. Come to think of it, there was the Johto rival, that the one that owns Chikorita. I wonder what happened to her. We're at 125, right? I don't recall, because I'm pretty sure we did 124 already. Okay, well, let's go do the egg stuff and such. Today feels like a bit of a weird day. We're gonna end the thing normally today, but tomorrow we're gonna end it a little bit earlier. I already have 125. Fucking A, I hate when that happens. Shit, me. Alright, hold on. Alright, let's go over and fly. To rename it yet again. I don't know, it's almost comical how fast I forget about all these names, because they're just numbers at this point. And at this point too, like, I'm not even spelling the rest of it. It's because like the words get longer and longer. It's 125. So you just put ciento and then like you just put like the other one that, you know, from previously stated. So it gets, you know, it just becomes that. Because it literally would translate. Oh shit, I almost left. I need to get the egg. The numbers basically, when it's like 126, it would be, or like, you know, a better example would be like, hold on, I'll take a look at it in a second, but. Adaptability ability, defense is up, special attacks down, and likes to run with the impish nature. Okie dokie. Oh, damn it, I literally just said it too. Okay, hold on. So, for example, like if I were to go to box number 5, and we look at Dice Society. So, if the word was complete, I think it basically is. It would be like literally translated 10 and 7 for 17. That's the literal translation, because that's what yi means. 10 y 7. So yeah. So when it comes to like all the other ones, like, you know, it's just ciento and then 26. So it's just 126. It doesn't say 126, but basically that's what I'm getting at. They just kind of combined the two. That's your Spanish lesson for today. But yeah, that's how they kind of go about it. So once we go to the 100, well, we already passed 110, so never mind. But yeah, that's basically the number. It's like 117 or whatever. That's 110 and 7 or some shit. I don't know. It gets more confusing as you move on, but yeah, that's kind of the gist. But yeah, hopefully it was fun either way to be at the TCG Pocket part stream. I don't know. I was like, as I was doing it, I was thinking to myself, like, okay, what if people showed up for Xenoverse and not expecting TCG Pocket? I mean, nobody really showed up anyway, but it's okay. I mean, if they're looking at the bot, it's gonna be a nice surprise for them. I think it might make it to the best moments video, who knows? I was pretty surprised by it. It feels so weird that now we're at the final third of 2025 though. I'm not prepared for what's coming. Because I'm just like, I don't know, I'm pretty stagnant right now and I feel like I'm just on standby. I'm waiting for like a lot of things, to be honest with you. Mostly for a job opportunity. That's one for the most part. And then the real hiatus will start for the channel. Hopefully I'll be able to find the retro Eevee before that happens, because I would like to find this before getting the job. Because if I do end up getting the job, it makes it extremely unlikely that I'll find, like, you know, I'll have my own spare time to find it or whatnot. 41. And then in that case, I have to like focus on a different thing where, I don't know, at that rate, I just have to. At that rate, I would just have to like kind of find free-ish time, so I would more likely on the weekends or something. I mean, obviously it depends on the job, but that's kind of where my brain's at right now. So I guess I'm doing this at the most convenient and appropriate time when I have nothing else going on. Because I mentioned before that the place that is undergoing construction, like, it's still not finished, and they've been constructing it for 1 year, and I never see anybody there anymore. Like, I saw a truck there the other day, but they're practically finished. I don't know what else is keeping them, but I'm just waiting for that job to open. I feel like they missed their window of opportunity because summertime passed, and like some of these jobs kind of depend around that time. Hey, what's good, Fo? How are you? Let's see here. Papillon. What you been up to today? I don't know if I'm still like shaking off the cobwebs, but it's I don't necessarily feel tired, but sluggish may be closer to the word. Doing good, long work day. Oh, I see. Let's go count this. 342. Crashed as soon as I got home. Oh, I see. Yeah, that happens. I almost went to sleep yesterday at like 8 o'clock, but I was like, I don't want to do that, because if I wake up at 4 a.m., that's gonna fuck up everything. Because I'm not like too happy with my sleep schedule, but it's doable. Where I'm not fucking like I'm not, you know, just fucking myself up pretty much. I guess not too much. Cause there's a lot of times I try to sleep at like 1 a.m. and I just don't, and then I stay up way longer, like 3 more hours longer. The rest of the week should be more chill, but we shall see. Yeah. We're gonna hit the 500 mark today, because from the first day we found 164 Zubats. And that's even with interruptions, because like the first hour and a half of me streaming was me finishing the 13 EVs. And then from yesterday's stream, it was cut off a little bit early, but we found all the way to basically 329, so whatever the match was there, so that's like 75? No, 175 Zubats, I think. Whatever, 175 plus 164, I think would be 329, right? Or maybe 165? So basically about the same, but there was like another hour and a half of interruption, so, you know, I guess it's about right. So theoretically we should be going to 500 today. I don't think we're at the, you know, the stage to proving it quite yet, but you know, we're gonna have the odds reduced after the fact, so we'll see. And there was somebody on Reddit earlier today that was asking me to trade Pink Pathway Pokemon. I mentioned it earlier in the VOD, but like, I wasn't there for the Pink Pathway. I didn't even know about it till like a few weeks ago, so from my understanding what the Xenoverse Discord was talking about, you can't trade Pink Pathway Pokemon or Mystery Gift Pokemon. So I mean, I replied that I think I have seen that girl in that Reddit before. I just wish they didn't take the Pink Pathway thing away, man. Like, I would have liked to experience it. Like, you know, I got a series to run and everything, and I feel like other people would want to see it too. It's like, why would you take that away? I'm sure people are upset with normal Pokemon, with like whenever they do timed events like that. Because, you know, for me, unless I want to go to like a ROM hack or some shit, or some fan-made game with Heart Gold and Soul Silver, I would have liked to see the you know, the Dialga Palkia Giratina egg event, because that's probably one of the cooler events, or like the Arceus event, like the legitimate one, or even the Giovanni event. I don't know. As I mentioned it before, you should just read your computer's calendar time for stuff. Well, I think are you talking about just for the Xenoverse thing? Because I don't think it's even available for that. I think it's just completely out of the game. Especially with the new installations and the new passes, they probably took it out completely. It was deliberate that they were gonna make it timed. Games with event in general. Well, like I said, I didn't know about the Pink Pathway events till like a few weeks ago. Like, I don't even know when it happened. I'm not even sure what year it happened. I assume 2021. Like, I don't know if it was springtime, I don't know if it was summertime, I don't know if it was a week, or 2 weeks, or a whole month. I have no idea. I just learned about it not too long ago. I don't even know how vague or how specific the time estimate is for any of this. I just barely saw a video of a person collecting these Pink Pathway Pokemon art. So I'm completely lost when it comes to it. I don't know much about it. I just barely looked into it a little bit. I just know there's a Halloween Gengar. There's color variation starter Pokemon that are switched around, like Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. There's more retro Pokemon available there. and I'm pretty sure people were saying that the Retro Tauros is no longer available to catch, period, so it makes it like he may not even be the only Pokemon, but like the vintage dex is no longer even possible to complete, which I think it's a flaw in Pokemon Xenoverse with that. But yeah, no, I have no idea. So even if I had the foresight to go into my calendar and put like, oh, for future time events, I have no idea. I don't think they're even having any more future events for Xenoverse. I think they're just done. They're too focused on Lumentail right now, and I think they're about to release something with that. So hopefully they come back with Xenoverse. I don't think they will, because they made it pretty known that they're that was their final update period. Hopefully they come back. I wish the dude was a little bit more local than Italia, because I would have liked, or just for anybody to talk to him a little bit, just to be like, hey, you know, or whatever. But it's just, I don't even know if the man speaks English, so probably not. Limito had another trailer very recently. Yeah. No, I don't. I mean, I already knew they weren't gonna come back to it since for like more than a year. Like, just based on like them saying it's their final update, I'm like, man, really? And then the whole language problem within the game happened, and then that was the actual final update, is when they patched that. I did wish to list it. It seems interesting, but I likely watch someone else play it for a bit before I commit to it. Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna play it anytime soon. Not that I'm against it or anything, but I don't even know if it's free, but it's okay. I don't really have space on my PC to download another game, because I imagine it takes up a lot of space. It is through the Switch though, isn't it? The Switch 2 or something? I don't know if they had a deal with Nintendo to publish a game. They might have. I don't know too much about it. It's on Steam. Yeah, I mean, regardless, I don't have that much space on my PC to be downloading games like that. Not sure where else. I've heard that it was also on Switch. I feel like it was. I mean, if it isn't, it's, you know, it's whatever, but that's for the most part. Hopefully I've been counting these Zubats, because I've been doing a terrible job recently, but that's 350 if I'm accurate. Did you see the Pokemon video of today that they released for the official Pokemon channel? Because I had watched it. It's Malamar, yeah. I like the design. I think I would have made the hair a bit different, because they just put it together. But, you know, for the most part, I like the design. It kind of looks like I can imagine somebody wearing a necklace of it if it didn't have a face. That's what it reminds me of. But I'm also a fan of glowy things. So, like, if anything glows, I kind of automatically like it. I don't think I would use it for my team or anything, but, you know, it's cool nonetheless. It could definitely make for an easy episode to make, like, if someone were to do an anime on it. It's just, like, too easy. It kind of writes itself. Because it's already, like, before its Mega Evolution, it's already proclaimed to be, like an evil villain Pokemon and shit like that, like a mastermind. 351. Even with the like, for a future mystery dungeon, you know Malamar's gonna be a villain. Like, you know for sure he's gonna be on there. That's if they do it. I feel like there's some room for many stories in the mystery dungeon games. Like, you know, if they're not gonna do it in the anime, they'll definitely do it in the mystery dungeon games. Actually, I could imagine all the megas in there. Well, I was kind of more so thinking like Mega Victory Bell, like he could be one of the bosses and stuff. I don't know. I don't think there was Mega Evolutions at all in DX. There are shinies. They need to make shinies less easier to get in Mystery Dungeon. I feel like they made it too easy. Especially since more Pokemon keep spawning in, like even if you keep killing them, more and more will just pop up. I think they need to reduce the odds. Okay, let's see. 8 more of that. And 352. Now the other ones will make us with Super Mystery Dungeon. I haven't seen too much of Super Mystery Dungeon. Like, that's the 5th gen one, right? Or not the 5th gen one. Shit, I'm losing track of the mystery dungeons. There's the 5th gen one. I forgot what it's called. And then the one after that. I'm blanking on it. It was after Gates to Infinity. I feel like I'm less familiar with the Super Mystery Dungeon than one because I'm like blanking on it. Let's see here. 353. Because there was a point I was trying to like look at all the mystery dungeons and shit, I guess it completely wiped from my memory about that one. Let's see, 354. I don't even remember what I was looking up at the time, because I remember seeing the beginning of Gates to Infinity, and you know, I was trying to see what was going on. Maybe I just played the demo to Gates of Infinity, because I remember reading Watchhog's thing. I didn't play it because I lost a lot of faith in the series because of Gates to Infinity. So bad in my opinion. Yeah, I mean it's not it's not for everybody. I didn't even get too far. I was still in the beginning, reading the dialogue. Because I remember reading it with like family relatives, like in person of the game or whatever. Let's see, let's count this. 355. Also, I had one of the best choice options in the entire Pokemon game series. This is the game that you could just choose, right? You don't do a quiz or anything. For Super Mystery Dungeon, I don't recall. Was 6th gen starters an option, or was this something else? Because I really don't remember. Froakie, Fennekin, Chessman. Yeah, I don't think they had a quiz. Yeah. Because I don't know. This is because I remember, wasn't the choices like Riolu and like most of the starters or some shit like that. I remember Riolu being an option, I'm pretty sure. But the choice I'm referring to in the post game, you don't come back and your partner is super depressed. They go to a wish cave to bring you back. Oh. Bullshit. I'm gonna have to look into Super Mystery Dungeon again. Like I remember seeing the title. I don't remember any of the contents in the game. Maybe I haven't just gotten around to it. I still don't even remember when I got around to Gates of Infinity, because I didn't get far, and I don't think I was watching a Let's Play or anything. Like I said, I remember vividly that I was reading it out loud along with family relatives, because like Watchhog was on screen and we were making like a funny voice for it. I'm pretty sure we were just playing the demo or something. The game asks the player if they want to come back. If you say no, your partner Pokemon gets told about your decision, gets more depressed, and chooses to die in Wish Cave and get a game over. What the hell? That reminds me of something else. What does that remind me of? Shit, I don't know. That sounds like another game that does that. That's ultimately depressing though. I know that there's some games that punish you if you don't go with the story. I know that much. It caught me so off guard when I chose no for the LOL, so I couldn't read that for some reason. I thought you put IOL, so I'm like, what? Well, damn. There was one game I played, it was a wrestling game, where we were talking backstage, and the boss was there. And I pissed him off on purpose for the LOLs myself. And he literally fired me on the spot. And that was the end of the game. I was fired from WWE. And legit for the rest of the calendar year in the wrestling shows, I was not a part of it whatsoever, and I had to go through every single week just skipping through the matches unless I wanted to watch them, and I had no participation at all. I just finished the game, and this was very early on. This was like well, I think in the game you start like in March or some shit like that. I got fired in March, so I had a whole nother year through the next year's March of me just skipping through like all the matches and shit. That shit caught me off guard. I was game over from the start, and they had to torture me for the rest of the game, just me like just skipping through so much. 359. I don't even know if there was even like a reset option or some shit. I'm not even sure. I don't think I've ever reset it in a wrestling game. But yeah, there's some choices that, yeah, some games will punish you for that shit. And I ran out of moves. Yes, I did. Okie dokie. Alright, Jigglypuff, we're gonna have to slap the shit out of this thing. That's not what I wanted to do. Yesterday as well, I did TCG Pocket on stream for the first time, and I opened a shit ton of packs, and I got myself a shiny Mew for on screen, so that's cool. 360. We also got Entei and Infernape and shiny Puyukumuku and shiny Krabby. Full art Milotic and Yamper, Fanfi. I don't remember if that's all of it, but that's for the most part. Let's go here. Nice. Yeah. The shiny Mew really, it got me pretty hyped for it for sure. Because I tried to stream TCG Pocket last time, but the game didn't want to boot up, and it took forever to load, and it didn't want to update or anything. Let's see. I scrolled through the VOD and saw you were doing TCG for like an hour. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, hopefully the background looks appealing or whatever. It's just that the Charizard and Blastoise aren't really lined up. Like, if the screen went away, it would look terrible, but when the screen is up, it looks better. It's just Charizard kind of overlaps Blastoise's space, as he normally would. But, you know. That's for the most part. But yeah, the beginning was super laggy. I just don't think the emulator does well when OBS is around. Because when you just boot up and play normally, it's fine. So yeah, it took a while till that happens. But yeah, that's what I usually do. I always kind of like skim through my own stream just to see if my account's accurate or whatnot. 361. At least through Monday's stream, because I cut it off at this point, but like I said, for the last 40 minutes, I had to put it away because the game just did not want to run. So it's for the best I cut it off. So I try to put like a card, just letting people know for the future if they're watching a VOD, that it's technical difficulties or whatnot. Work that either way. Because if it was in the middle of the stream, that'd be different. I don't think I could cut away in the editor. Like through the YouTube editor, I mean. Because it only does, as far as I know, like only the beginning and only the end, which is kind of dumb, but yeah. The oddish kills, I'm not sure yet. If worse comes to worse, and like I said, it's proven that you can't get vintage ones, I'll just ask people in the Xenoverse thing to trade me one if they can. If somebody has one from Route 10, that'd be fantastic. $363. See, his name always throws me off because it's supposed to be an I, but it just looks like 3 L's. Says Puplon. And also reading it Puplion, I just picture like a puppy instead. So I don't know. That's why I kind of like stopped and looked at his name just to be like, is it Puplion or is it supposed to be Puplion? Pupliton? I'm not sure. How far are you in Xenoverse, by the way? Had you played it, like recently? I imagine you're getting closer to the 4th gem at this point, right? Or no, you already passed the 4th gem. I keep forgetting about that. 5th gem. Wait, you did the 4th gem yet? No. You talked to Cardinal Abraham. Now you're ready for the 4th gem. I forget if Fort Belltown was before it. I think it is. I hadn't picked it up the last few days. Been dead after work this week. Oh, you're good. Once you do get to the 4th gym though, always look around all the stuff, look at all the pots, and you'll get free stuff and explore the area. I did 3rd gym, I think 4th gym though. Yeah, 4th gym's next, because you already finished the fairy type gym. But yeah, the 4th gym, it's yeah, there's like a shit ton of stuff to look for and stuff. And since you started with Shulong, you get an extra perk for picking Shulong over Tri-Shot and Shylene. Specifically in the 4th gym, so you might want to look for that. And also get extra Pokeballs. Hint hint, nudge nudge. Let's see. I think the 3rd gym is the block for trading too. I need to check again. Yeah, it is. I looked into it. From what I've seen in the Discord, they said the 3rd gym is basically, you know, where they allow trading. So you're good. You're in the clear. I was looking into the Discord for quite a bit just to see if anybody else talked about anything. There was a lot of people in Xenoverse Discord that wants a Ralts. That's what I learned as well, that they wanted to get it traded early game. I'm not really sure why. I don't know if it's just simply because Ralts is just popular, or if there's something that I don't know that they feel like Ralts would make it easier for them in the game. Or if they just wanted to just start from the top with Ralts because you don't get them to like super late game or something. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it could be a combination of all those 3 things, because yeah, Ralts always been popular ever since it's been introduced, but yeah. And that's what I learned with Xenoverse Discord, because there's a shit ton of people asking for Ralts. There's not that many people talking about the vintage Pokemon though. By the way, 3 of 4 optional legendaries in Scarlet and Violet are available as shinies and mystery gift. Oh. Well, in Scarlet and Violet? This is at Scarlet and Violet, or is this also in... I doubt it's Xenoverse. I think the last one will be available next week. Yeah, Scarlet and Violet. I'll try to get around to it, but I feel like honestly I may not even pick up Scarlet anytime soon, knowing myself. But I'll try my best. If anything, I'll mention it to my family relatives so they could pick it up or something. Yeah, because I still hadn't played it in over 2 years. It's about to hit 3 years actually very soon. Because I stopped playing it around like December, the month after it came out. I still gotta get my dolphin Pokemon leveled up once I figure out how to do the Union Circle stuff. Honestly, I'm not even sure the steps after the whole Union Circle thing to evolve it, but we'll figure it out. I don't even remember what other Pokemon I have. I think I have the Fire Starter, which I named Habanero. I caught Paldean Wooper, you know, Chalky Boy. I think I forgot if I called him Chocolate Pudding or some shit like that. I don't remember. But I caught him. I caught the Dolphin, and that's all I remember. I feel like I do have like a fourth Pokemon though. That's not like entering my brain. Because I was considering what Pokemon to get. Because usually I always do like, you know, when I get to after I get a gym or something, like I always do look for another Pokemon. And I'm pretty sure it wasn't until after the second gym is when I found the Water Dolphin. After Shiny Hunt and Scarlet and Violet this weekend, there's some event swarms available that are increased shiny odds. Oh, nice. Shouldn't take that long though. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. I mean, well, which one of the swarms were you were, you know, which Pokemon were you gonna get from that? Let's see here. I don't have any of the three. Charcadet, Numel, and Vulpix. I remember catching a shiny Vulpix before when I was trying to... I think I was playing Leaf Green or Fire Red, I don't recall. I just saw it off in the grass and stuff. I definitely want Numel though for Megas. Yeah. Horn. And that's another one. 365. We found a whole year's worth of Zubats. Now, hypothetically, if I were to find a shiny in this grass, out of all the Pokemon that we encountered so far, Ghastly, Puplion, Oddish, Zubat, and whoever else, what would more likely be the shiny? I hope it's not Zubat, but like I'll take it either way, because I feel like the Zubat's probably the easiest shiny to get out of all these, for sure. 366. Charcadet would be good to scoop up since I had no idea the next time it is in the game. That's true, and Zubat. Yeah, I have a feeling it might be Zubat too. But all these other Pokemon are cool as well. Like if I were to run into something, Oddish I think is number 2 in terms of odds. Of odds. Okay. Phantom is another high chance one, I think. Yeah. Shiny Trevenant is kind of cool to me because I like the fact that it's like a white tree that had like red leaves on it and such. It looks pretty cool. It's like a haunted, like, I don't know if it's considered like a dead tree or something to be a white tree, but it looks pretty cool. Let's see here. The horn. And 368. I thought I was about to be at 367. Phantom would be pretty good though, I agree. Yeah. Because I caught Shiny Haunter. I was thinking of getting myself a Shiny Gengar by finding the Shadow update. But I think I probably will switch it to Shiny Ghastly, because I always prefer catching like the first Mon and then turning it to the stage 1 and stage 2. I almost said to catch the first stage Mon, but stage 1 would be technically the evolved form. Which Pokemon makes it very confusing with that, but yeah. So that'd be pretty cool, I would say. sign sometimes. I think that's what is usually throwing you off a little. It might be worth your while to have a mind learn quick attack or something. Oh, I'm just like, for the most part, you know, just slowly training. It's fine either way. It's just what's throwing me off more, it's as well as just the fact that I keep missing my moves, because Lancelot's moves is not the best, because like Mega Horn and Hammer Arm misses quite a bit. The Zubat can't outspeed me. It's quite literally because I'm missing my moves a lot of the time. 369. But yeah, it's all good. If it was Jigglypuff, because like if Jigglypuff started out, it would probably, if anything, you know, because all their moves is 100%, Jigglypuff would have an easier time. I'm just using all my moves except for Earthquake until I run out, then going to the Pokemon Center over and over again. That's why I start with Mega Horn and then Hammer Arm, because how inaccurate they are. I'd be really thrown off if this fucking Zubats do outspeed. I'm like, okay, how, bro? Like, I am damn near 40 levels higher than you. It's like another one of those Ditto situations where they for some reason outspeed you. That might just be an imposter bug glitch or something. That's not normal. That's the whole reason like a few Pokemon died. It's just because they outspeed me and shit like that and chooses not to let me go. And besides the whole huge power thing, like for Sharpedo X, like, cause he died from one of them. Sharpedo X health was pretty low. Okay, well, we ran out of those. 370. I don't know what Papillon looks like as a shiny. I hope it's like a baby blue or something, where the pink areas are. Something like that. I feel like that would be the appropriate shiny. Because as soon as I got into this grass, so like around Monday, I was already automatically thinking of all the possibilities of shinies I could get. That was just my greed talking. It's like I unlocked a whole new world with it and shit. Yeah, like if it was light blue in the pink areas, and maybe if the hat and whatever the fucking inner thigh, I don't know what the fuck to call that shit. Like if that was like black, maybe. I don't know what I would prefer in the main body color. Maybe if it remains the same, I'm not sure. Because I almost said white, but I have no idea. Because it'd be fine if it's the same, but like, I don't know. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Watch it be like a fucking weird neon lime green or some shit for like everything. I don't remember if I mentioned it to you, but like I remember bringing it up yesterday that I think it would be pretty interesting that like, because somebody mentioned that they were trying to make a ROM hack or whatnot, that they wanted to incorporate some other Pokemon, like for example, like, you know, Butterfree's girlfriend's pink and shit like that, and then there's like Crystal Onyx, you know, all these other variants that existed into the game. And I was thinking to myself, like, the Pokemon from the Pink Island, like when they're eating berries and they become pink, because that was the case with Ash's Pikachu. Like, he ate a pink berry and he was temporarily pink. So like they could, you know, incorporate it in a ROM hack where what happened? Not gonna lie, if you actually encounter a shiny Popleon, make sure you are paying attention. Oh no, I will. Yeah, I tried my best to look through it. Yeah, if for the, it'd be cool if they programmed the way where they have this pink island place, and it's, you know, they could make it so like these berries that you could farm for them, and when you feed them, they have like a 3-day cycle to be pink, and then you have to refeed them these berries, and you could have like this farm area just like how they have it in Emerald and X and Y, to like plant more of these berries if you wanted most Pokemon to be pink, and then they would just have to keep feeding it every 3-day cycle, and it kind of would notify them a little bit. Maybe there should be somebody on the island that tells them about this. There's still no explanation onto why the Professor Ivy's Pokemon look different, like the Vileplume and that Butterfree too. But that's another potential one. But he also had like other Pokemon like Armored Mewtwo, and then like the clone Charizard, Venusaur, Blastoise that has like the scar markings. I feel like it would need some kind of purpose to the mons being pink. Yeah, well, it's just merely aesthetic, or colored in general. Yeah, no, it's just purely aesthetic. Like, I mean, if you were to add it something in the game, because like in the anime, there's no difference. I mean, that's the only difference. Is just their color. Because there's pink Nidokings and pink Rhyhorns and shit like that. And that's as far as it goes. I guess it's just kind of a rarity thing. I honestly feel like, I didn't mean to go to that one. I honestly feel like people would do this only for making their Pokemon different color. If anything, they're probably gonna ask to make, reminds me though, my hot take for the Pokemon game series is that shinies should be region specific. Yeah, I mean, it depends. It depends which, what shiny Pokemon or whatnot. I'd be interested in hearing the pitch on like for what example or whatever. Just hopefully none of them are like region locked, because you know how some Pokemon are harder to get than others. Like if, for example, shiny Charizard, that, you know, it looks black and everything in the original, like if it was just a Fire Red and Leaf Green exclusive and it's super hard to get it or whatever, and then a different generation or all these other generations where it's in a different region, it's a different shiny, then like, I don't know. I could imagine a situation where there's some Pokemon that are damn near impossible to get and easier than others. You know what I mean? Some Pokemon have lame F shinies that need a revamp. Yeah, that for sure, yeah. Like Garchomp and Pikachu and shit like that, that makes no difference of what it looks like. For sure needs a revamp. Because I legit saw a shiny Garchomp within the Xenoverse Discord actually, and I was like, that shit literally looks the same. Like, I wouldn't even tell if they didn't point out that it was shiny. I think bringing back the old RNG coloring of shiny shit would be good, but tweak it in each game so that it is different and it stays that way in home. Yeah. That's my only concern though. Like if it was like, you know, like I said, shiny Charizard or some shit, like if it was region locked, then it, you know, in some games it'd be harder to find it as a shiny than others, then that would be the bigger problem. But for other shinies that definitely need a revamp, I could see that. I don't know if they're gonna ever change the system how they do it now, because it's a bit late to change the shiny region thing, unless they, well, I don't know. Most mons keep their region data, so it really wouldn't be that hard to maintain. Well, I mean more so like okay, like I said, like for Charmander, for example, like in X and Y, you could find them in like the Friend Safari and the Fire type one, I guess. And one could argue that it's easier to find multiple Charmanders rather than resetting the game or something. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good example or something. There's some cases where, well, hold on, wasn't there like, there's like certain Pokemon that are just gifted to you, and then other games you would have to just legitimately catch it or something. I'm trying to think of like the best example. Because I'm also thinking like Latios and Latios or some shit, you know? Camera arm. And if they use the generator for shinies, then you wouldn't actually need to save pellets from Mons either. Saves a lot of data and helps limitations of the game. 374. I think my favorite shiny that I've seen of Garchomp that somebody made is making it look like the Street Shark. Like, I don't know if you remember that show from a long time ago. There was a 90s show called The Street Sharks, and the coloration is, well, the blue remains the same. Maybe it's like a slightly different blue, but it also has like gray and white, making it kind of look more like a, well, I don't know what the word would be, but you know, just like an actual shark basically, since it is like a land shark Pokemon. Garchomp is a street shark practically, and being a land shark. So yeah, it would look pretty cool. It's just anything but what it looks like now with this shiny, because it is disappointing. 375. I recognize it after looking it up. Yeah. Yeah, something along those lines, because like I keep picturing like blue, gray, and like a solid white. Like instead of like the yellow it has on the star of his nose or whatever it is, that would what this shiny would look like. 376. And I used to watch that show, and I remember nothing of the plot. I just know they fought people a lot. So, I don't know. It was a pretty interesting show. As a Gibble, it's like blue and yellow. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. When I played Black 2, I did the whole... was it the White Tower? I think it was like the, or maybe it was called Black Tower. I think it is Black Tower. I beat that going up against Benga, and I got the shiny Gibble. It's okay, I'm not crazy about it, like blue and yellow. But, I don't know. Catbite and Garchomp were heavily disappointing either way. I guess that is another shiny Pokemon that I got, because I explained like my history of shiny Pokemon that I had at some point in the streams, and I'm pretty sure I didn't mention about the Gibble. It's all good though. Let's see here. I think the Pokemon Company is just really afraid of ambitious designs and colorings. Yeah. I remember seeing a video of the dude that was the main artist for Sword and Shield. Like, I really liked a lot of his designs that he made. And he made sense to what, like, his, you know, because Pokemon, they usually have, like, you know, easier flowed names for people to say and stuff. And it makes sense. You know, like Dreadnought and shit like that. Yamper. Something that would be like two different words and they combine it into one to make it easier and flow better. So, like, you can just say it in a sentence. And I do like a lot of the Sword and Shield Pokemon designs. I like the X and Y Pokemon designs too a lot as well. There's a few in Scarlet and Violet like I just don't remember, but there's some Pokemon that standing out in my head that I'm all like, that doesn't exactly look like a Pokemon to me. Like the weird cricket grasshopper thing that the bug gym leader uses. Like that to me doesn't really look like a Pokemon per se. Let's get this one. Bunny. I don't remember its name, but yeah, it's like gray or whatever. It looks like a toy figurine alarm clock. Like if you just wind it up and then put it set to a time, it would like shake violently and tell you that it's time to wake up. That's what it reminds me of. But to me, it doesn't look like a Pokemon. Yeah, I don't even think that like he even necessarily looks like a Digimon right away. 377. I'm trying to remember 7th gen mons. Like there's some that I'm not too crazy about in 7th gen. Like Young Goose and Gumshoes to an extent. I really don't like Alolan Raticate for shit, and Alolan Persian I could live without. And I never use the 2 cannon, or like Picky Peck and Trumbeak and shit like that. But like I always use the Alolan mons a lot more because I like those more. Well, I mean, you know, the ones that we discussed before, Alolan Marowak, Alolan Ninetales. I would use Alolan Sandslash because he's cool as shit. Oh wait, are you talking about Dwebble? No, not Dwebble. Like the Scarlet and Violet bug, the one from the gym leader. No, Dwebble, he's a good design, I would say. Yeah, he's like a little hermit crab in a rock. Yeah, I could respect Dwebble from 5th gen. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think even Crustal's a pretty decent design. I mean, you know, it's, even with the perfectly squared landmass on top of his back, it's a different vibe than Avalugg. Avalugg, he's kind of awkward having like a perfectly cut out shape, but you know, I could respect Crustal. Nimble, I think. I think so. That sounds familiar, I think. Wait, so what was it you put before? Levani? Like the grass bug one you thought I was talking about? I think Levani's a pretty good design. He evolves into the bug dark type too, always throws me off. Yeah, like that Pokemon, I don't know. There's a few other examples, but that's the one that stands out the most to me. I forget what else. Yeah, there was another Pokemon that I'm like, it does not seem like a Pokemon for shit to me. For a while, in the beginning, Scraggy I didn't think looked like a Pokemon, but it grew on me. Like once they put him in the anime, it became easier to get used to and accept. So now he fits perfectly in the Pokemon group. I think it was Scraggy I was thinking of. I don't recall any other Pokemon. Because there's a few Pokemon out there that I don't... It's just harder for me to get around that it's a Pokemon. Scraggy's okay. I don't think he was like worthy GIF in game. Yeah. I think it's because I wasn't sure what he was. I didn't realize he was a lizard or something at the time. I thought he was like an awkward chicken or something, because that's what I saw as Scrafty as. Maybe I thought Impidimp didn't look like a Pokemon necessarily. I'm not like the evolution to Impidimp quickly became one of my least favorite Pokemon for sure. He was a lizard punk kid or something. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, my least favorite Pokemon is like Sableye and the evolution I did. When I was a kid, at first it was Jinx until Sableye came out. And some people may like Sableye, and more power to you if you do, but for me, I don't like Sableye. And I think it does kind of surrounds itself just basically because I used to watch The Mummy for the movie and stuff, and I like that movie franchise a lot, like this whole series. But in The Mummy 2, I can't defend it, but Trubbish line is bad. Oh yeah, I mean, that's for the most part. But in The Mummy 2, there was like these little people mummies that are in there, and they creeped me out for sure. And I hated them in the movie because they were very kill happy. They kill everybody on sight, and I mean, they didn't really ruin the movie for me or anything like that, but like whenever I see Sableye, I look at that little mummy thing from Mummy 2. I don't know if you guys seen The Mummy, but yeah, that's kind of part of the reason I don't like Sableye. It's just those little demon creatures that look like they would kill you just to eat a ring pop. You know, could go fuck themselves. And Impidimp definitely looks like it was drawn by a 5-year-old, but the evolution I absolutely hate. And 380. I kill for a ring pop, maybe. I mean, that's okay. I think it isn't a mon that is using trash. It's just literally trash. It wasn't very animalistic. There's some Pokemon that aren't animalistic at all, like Klefki and stuff like that, and even ghost Pokemon to a degree aren't animalistic either. Like Rotom is a Pokemon that's meant to be on objects and stuff like that. And you know, eventually we're gonna have a toilet Pokemon, and that's gonna be made fun of because people are gonna be like, "Oh, Pokemon's running out of ideas," but you know it's gonna happen. It's gonna be like a steel poison type or some shit, or a ghost poison. But they're gonna make every Pokemon a thing, no matter what. Like even if it's animalistic or not. Not all Pokemon, I would say, are animalistic necessarily. You know, they could just be things. Regirock isn't an animal, it's just a pile of rocks, you know. Klefki is more plausible though. It's like a spear that likes to collect keys. Yeah. I forgot to count it, hold on. 381. And for Regice, he's just a block of ice. Registeel, he is just an iron cast, just iron, I guess. You know. Let's see here. Regirock is like a guardian though. Well, yeah, I mean, all these Pokemon can have their purpose and stuff. Like they make those like that on purpose. Well, yeah, of course. I think it's implied for Trubbish based on the Pokédex entries, from what I remember, is that all the radiation and all the trash and stuff made this into becoming a Pokemon, and that's why it's alive. So it's kind of like an abomination from the start. So it's just made because of people's carelessness, I suppose. And then trash builds to more trash, and then, you know, and that's how it is able to evolve. And then eventually it becomes like a Gigantamax, I suppose, with that 382. So it's a Pokemon made by accident, more so, just by natural means, I should say. And there's plenty of other Pokemon that were kind of also made by accident, per se. Like, I think Grimer technically is made by accident, and then there's other Pokemon. Sword and Shield Dex. This Pokemon was born from bag stuff like trash. Galarian wheezing relish this the fumes belched by Trubbish. Oh damn. Yeah. And I didn't know this until somebody pointed it out. I don't know if it was Loxin and Noggin or something like that, but they mentioned about Trubbish coinciding with Mincino and Sensino, and I never knew about that, because I guess in the Black and White and Black 2 and White 2 games, like whenever you see Trubbish, you see a Mincino in the grass, because it's supposed to be like Mincino's always the one cleaning after Trubbish. Like, it's just a tidy Pokemon that no matter what that happens, like, so it's just trying to clean up after itself, and because Trubbish is around, Mincino's having their OCD moment of doing that. Life being created from chucking out trash is a little silly. Well, yeah. I think I mean, there's a lot of crazy feats with Pokemon, you know. Kadabra supposedly, you know, turned from a child and shit like that, you know. I find that silly as well. Mincino's is also a rodent. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's true, but I don't really see Mincino necessarily like a rat to trash. I see him more like a, you know, because he's based on a chinchilla. Because, yeah, it is technically a rat, but I don't know. I don't really see chinchillas and trash kind of coinciding with each other. Pokemon fossil researchers crying right now when it came to the research of bringing a fossil to life. Yeah. I don't know if they... Because you know how, like, in Sword and Shield, the fossils could be, like, mix and matched and stuff? I don't know what's the actual order of the fossils, if that makes sense. Because that's supposed to be based on real life, that, you know, real life scientists and researchers misplace other fossils. Like, the Bronchosaurus isn't actually a Bronchosaurus, they, like, misplaced the fossil and now it's completely something else. I forgot what they name it now, but it's just the addition of what they placed the bones, because that's what they perceive the dinosaur to look like. That's kind of what Sword and Shield was trying to go for with the fossil routine. 383. Just throw them in the trash, LMAO. They don't have a real order at the moment. You can't create the real forms. It's a little messed up. Yeah. Maybe eventually we'll get it done or something. Because there's Arctovish, Dracovish, and then like the Dracozolt and Arctozolt, I think. Maybe eventually when we get like a Legends, shit, I don't even know, Legends Galar game, that we'll get the right one, I hope. I just imagine that the Arctovish is just gonna end up just being the ice fish, and then that's it. And then the Dracovish or whatever, the the electric one will actually have its right parts. Because both of them look awkward as fuck, but like... Was it Dracovish or Arctovish? So one of them is like super strong that it could one-shot a fucking Milotic, which is insane. With like Visual Rend or whatever the move was called, I don't remember. This whatever Pokemon, the one that Ash has, like that one's fucking broken. Like legit broken. 384. One thing I found bizarre with Scarlet Violet was there were literally no fossil Pokemon in the game about time travel. Dracovish is broken. Yeah, he's insanely broken. Like the moment I found out that he could one-shot a Milotic, I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Because this move works a different way and shit. It's insane. And the fact that he's also water type too. Just beating a water type like that. Like one of the bulkiest water types in the game. 385. Yeah, no, it's beyond crazy. I don't remember, I think it was like Fisher's Rand. I don't remember how it worked, but I remember it being explained to me. I think it, 386. It has Strong Jaw as an ability on top of 90 attack. Yeah. Yeah, I remember it coincided with the ability along with the move, and that's why it does buku amounts of damage. Um, 387. Yeah, Strong Jaw is... okay, never mind. I just reread the same thing. I just went to check the chat. And I don't know too much about the other one, the Arctic Fish or whatever the fuck his name is. Well, there's multiple of the two Pokemon. I don't know what's the normal one. Okay, so theoretically then, if the Sword and Shield fossils are all mixed up and all that, and there's not like a true form one, does that mean like a different region has like different fossils too? Because like if we got like another mix and match fossils, then would that be the other half? Because like who knows, like. I mean, that it wouldn't make sense either way the more you think about it, because it's like, how do these fossils get so separated that they're in a whole different region compared to this one? Like, if anything, it could be like 400 miles away, and it wouldn't make any sense if they do it that way, because they would have to do a crazy excuse for that. Fisher's Friend does double damage if attacks before the other Pokemon and has stab. Yeah, that's insane. So that's like, on top of it, I don't even know how much power Fisher Rand is, but like with 90 attack and Strong Jaw and the fact that he could be slower than the other Pokemon, usually he is. Oh man. I don't know what's the meta for it to purposely make it slower. Like, I mean, I imagine a lower stat, speed stat in general, but to assure that it's always hitting less. I don't know if they purposely give it an Iron Ball, maybe, to lower its speed. 390, in case like the other team also has a Dracovish. Something like that. I don't know. I just remember Wolfie VGC was doing that, and I'm pretty sure I saw him use the Dracovish. And yeah, it's insanely crazy how they do everything with that. Slam. 391. We're almost at 400. And IRL, fossil shifts around a lot. There's a lot of research and data showing how the Earth shifts over time. Yeah, that is true. I don't know how it would work in the Pokemon world. Like, because I don't think they'll think. I don't think Pokemon itself would think that far in advance pertain to that. Because like if one is Ngl, which is like based on England, and I don't know how closely in the Pokemon map it's accurate, if it's in the same placement on the Earth. But you know, for a couple of generations from now, if they do bring back the whole mix and match fossils thing, I don't think they're gonna have like, you know, Ireland or Scotland or some other country that, you know, theoretically would be shifted away from England to you know, be somewhere else. Because whatever generation 10 will be, for example, like it could be Mexico for all I know, and they won't, I don't know, I feel like regardless they won't have an actual example of it. Considering that Regigigas can wake up and move continent for funnies, I wouldn't say it's that crazy. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if it's like countries that have nothing to do with each other, that it wasn't even near each other when Pangea was together. Because I don't know if it's everything's T for T in the Pokemon world, that all the countries are there. Because South America exists, but then like, you know, there's all these other regions as well. Like there's real life regions and also just regions replacing actual places. Like if there's a South America but there's no Spain, but Spain is Paldea, then like what's the, like, you know, there's no North America but there's Unova, and then there's Alola for Hawaii, you know, shit like that. Like on a Pokemon map, are they all the same? Like if Pangea was all together or whatnot, because Galar has these things, right? So it's the, like, for when Pangea was together, what's the more likelihood of like, you know, these other fossils to be a thing? 392. I don't think the Pokemon Company would generally create new land. You know, it was like New York, I thought. Oh yeah, I suppose that's true. Yeah, Unova was mostly like the East Coast. Well, honestly, I don't know if what was actually next to England and the when Pangea was together. I just always kind of looked around, like, I know that India used to be part of Africa, and then it like dipped down and then went upwards or some shit like that. I ran out of moves. Okay, well. And like, you know, South America and Africa kind of also lined up. And I always thought about that as a kid and shit like that. But, you know, that type of stuff. And I hate myself. Fuck. Come on. Alright, there we go. 393. I think it would be funny as if they made a Pokemon game in Russia, but just refused to acknowledge it. Yeah, that would be funny. They wouldn't even give it a region name, and people would be like so confused. It's like, bro, what is this shit called? What's going on here, dude? They just call it, or they don't even. Wait, hold on, let me go to the Pokemon Center. If there was a Russian Pokemon game, I don't know what it would be called. I'm trying to think. I just feel like it would be like Russo or something with the Rus in the name. They wouldn't outright say Russia, but you know. Alright, let's go back in. So why that would be just one giant landmass, Pokemon Baka and Bear. Pretty much, yeah. I feel like Pokemon would definitely downscale it. They wouldn't make a Russia-sized region. That shit's way too big. That'd be like twice the size of Sinnoh or some shit. Well, technically all of them. It wasn't like the first 4 gens all just Japan. Just like 4 different sectors. Considering Japan isn't like as big as like a California or something. It's like kind of. Well, I don't know if Japan. Wait, hold on. Let me check. How big is? What's the equivalent size to Japan to a different state? Let me just ask that. Japan land area is comparable to that of the U.S. state California. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so yeah, it's about the same size as California. So like considering that there's 4 regions of this, and you know, I would say like Sinnoh's pretty like moderately big, I would say. Russia would be shit, like, cause California is 1 fraction of the United States, and Russia's damn near 4 times as big. So let's see. It would just be 1 long route. I think they just use 4 regions of Japan. Japan is surprisingly huge, I think, if you put Hug. Yeah, well, I mean, it's still roughly the same size as California, but yeah, the Japan is pretty, like, you know, there's quite a bit of places to go to for sure. Kyoto, Tokyo. Let's see here. Let's go here. I think the same size as Cali is slowballing it, to be honest. I'd say the entire East Coast. Yeah, I mean, that's it would be slightly bigger than California, I would say, yeah. But yeah, with the I would definitely think that Russia would be for sure downscaled. There's no way they're gonna, like, unless Pokemon's gonna like dip down all their. Oh, I didn't mean to run against some. Fuck. That's like the 3rd Zubat I ran from. What was I gonna say? Yeah, like, unless they're gonna like put all their Pokemon in this 1 basket. Which at the same time, it wouldn't be the case, because this is like primarily going to be a snowy region, because it snows damn near all year round. Russia isn't as big as I thought, about 1.5 the time size of the US. I don't know if that's true. I feel like it's more than twice as big. Like, the US ain't that big. Like, Russia, this whole country is laying down on all of Asia, and then also extending to Europe. And the United States, if it was fit on that part of the map, it would barely go over China, I would say. Something to keep in mind when looking at the map is that they don't have compensate for curve that well. So northern and southern parts of most maps are misleading in size. I mean, even still with like the United States, even with curvature and stuff like that, even when laying it flat or even on a curve, like, you know, I think it's still considerably lengthy for Russia. And Russia has like more mountains and such like that. And, you know, they're extending to like 3 different continents almost. Like, well, I mean, not really the 3rd continent. I'm thinking Antarctica, but Antarctica stuff. Like, it's going also towards North Pole and shit like that. North Pole isn't a continent though. Let's see here. Cause like even for India and stuff, like they got that's basically where Mount Everest is, or like close to it and stuff. There's a mountain region on the like top right and north and shit like that. Ah, damn it. That's what I mean, I keep missing my moves. But yeah, even with the curvature of the map being a factor, like that applies to all the other countries too, I would say. 396. If we were to assume that all the maps are accurate and like what they portray them and like based on their size, then like, yeah, I mean Russia's still significantly bigger than the US. I wonder in the map if they also kind of take Alaska and Hawaii into account, and if they do, like, do they also just kind of add that size along with the United States even though they're not attached? PRV, I'm getting going to get food. Okay, I'll see you in a bit. Yeah, I don't know, it's just if they do, because it is part of US property. I mean, Puerto Rico's also technically part of the property, but they don't want to make it into a state necessarily. I would appreciate a more snowy and treacherous region. Yeah, me too, I would say. There has to be some Pokemon that wouldn't fit the snowy mold or something. It's gonna be the exact opposite of Alola. So come phase out, clearly. I mean, that's kind of the Hawaii special right there. Horn. $398. Okay. What's another region we need? I feel like a desert region, you know, for long periods of time would maybe be boring. I don't know. Mega Horn. 399. I mean, a lot of the time with Pokemon games, they always like to put different environments on there. It's so crazy to think that for Johto games, they actually made the volcano erupt and destroy the town. People forget that that happened, because I was just thinking to myself for Alola, like, where Kauai, or whatever the fuck his name is, he lives by a volcano, and I thought to myself, oh, I wonder if that volcano ever explodes. But then I realized it has happened in Pokemon already. And we didn't even get to see it. That was the stupid part about all of it. That would have been cool to see. And 400. Alright, one more 100 to go. That was like 2 hours in. So I think we got like, what, like 80 an hour? Something like that. With some hiccups. I'm gonna try and multitask right quick because I got some messages I hadn't replied to. Let's see here. Let's go start with you. Alright, Subat. And that's 401. Let's see here. Oh, I ran out. Okay, I should have known. I thought that was the one. Alright, 402. Alright, let's see what my... I forgot the hell I was talking about in these messages. Shit. Oh, that's what I was talking about. I always forget like the context of what the conversation was previous. Hold on, multitasking. Let's see here. Oh shit, this match is gonna take a lot more. Crap. Let's see here. I just did the same thing again. I hate when I go to the other one. 403. Messaging 404 error code. Oopsie. Okay, there we go. I didn't realize I was this behind in messages. Okay, let's check. Let's check this one. Oops. ain't gotta move fast actually, what the hell? 405. Okay, well nothing there. What about here? Nothing there. Cool. Let's check this one. Uh, 406. Nice. Phantom. Oh, I do have a message up here. What the hell? Let's see here. That's 407. Okay, I'm almost caught up with all the messages I've been doing. I didn't realize the whole armada was messaging me. Hammer arm. 408. Okay. Alright, officially caught up with all my messages. I'm sorry if I'm more quiet than usual. Okie dokie. That took a while. There was other conversations where, like, there was one specific conversation where it was going in circles, and I just moved on and asked how was their day, because it was gonna continue loop if I were to continue with the same subject, so I just moved on. I hate when that happens. 409. Yeah, it's just one of those things like, well, what you mean it's a Zubat? Well, that's what I said, it's a Zubat. I know. It's like, okay, well, if I were to continue that route of conversation, you know, as an example, then it would just lead nowhere. We would lose. It's like, I know that it's a Zubat. I know that's a Zubat. I know. It's like, what else do you think is gonna happen with this information? That's basically the conversation that I just experienced with one of them. Okay. I wondered though if after I hit 500 today, like, cause then the real test would begin. on the more likelihood if this would work or not. The new threshold of it. I didn't even count. I almost, like, I thought about it, you know, in my brain. It registered, and at that same time it registered, it turned off like a PC. And then I almost didn't count it. And then it turned back on, and then realized I didn't count it. That all happened in those 3 seconds. It felt like I hesitated for a long ass time, but I know I didn't. But I know there was a beat. That's what that was. Okay, let's see here. That's 411. I think because I'm moving a little bit faster, it is like throwing me off a little bit because I'm not used to the speed of it. Because there was a couple times where I just straight up forgot to count it entirely. 412. But yeah, tomorrow is gonna for sure be a shorter stream. I'm trying to prepare for the weekend because I'm trying to get paid somehow. Because there's something upcoming on Saturday that would keep me afloat a little bit longer. Just for the brief time. It's not like a job per se. It's just kind of a one-off thing, but not really. I don't know how to explain it. But I am getting paid for something upcoming, so that's good. Outside from the streaming stuff. So that's what I'm pretty much heavily relying on. So I'm like preparing it for Thursday, because I rather would do it on Friday, but Friday would be a day I would rather stream longer, so that's why I'm doing everything Thursday. So for Thursday's stream, it's gonna be a tiny bit shorter. I'm gonna aim for 4 hours. I may even start at 11, but end it at around 4 hours, and then do my errands that I need to do to prepare for the weekend, if that makes sense. And hopefully you guys get a good weekend too coming up. So that's my plan. And then Friday, we could do an extra long stream. I might start it at 11. If we start at 12, that's fine too, but we're more likely gonna end it around 7 o'clock. And that's gonna have a lot of time, so we'll get some actual results on something that may happen or may not happen. I don't know. So we're gonna see. We still don't know our main average on how many Zubats we could find potentially on one day, because like I said, Monday and Tuesday was a bit interrupted because, you know, like I said, the 13 Eevees took about an hour and a half to begin looking for the Zubats. And then, like, you know, I was still kind of faffing around and not, like, you know, going a pure route and run of getting all these Zubats and stuff like that. And then for yesterday, doing the TCG pocket, that was like, you know, towards the end of the hour and a half, so we could have had like an hour and a half more of finding Zubats, but we did that instead. So yeah, I mean, we'll get more of an answer today, because we're gonna end it, you know, kind of at the regular time, kind of. We still got like a good 3 hours left, and we started today at 329, I think, for the amount of Zubats we collected. So we'll do the math based on that, but my estimate is that we could probably find 200 per day, I would say. So that's not bad. 200 Zubats per day for 14, because that was my initial plan. Just get the easiest. Oh, welcome back, by the way. I just saw your thing. That's just my logic, is getting the easiest Pokemon to find, which is probably Oddish, to be honest with you, but Zubat is probably the second contender of the easiest. Body Slam. What food did you end up getting, by the way? For 15. And some breakfast stuff for tomorrow, egg Sammy. Oh, I see. Do you usually like, because I know that it's the nighttime for you, do you usually just like go to a liquor store nearby where you live or something to pick the stuff up? That's just open? 416. Because I don't know if, because usually for me, like around your time, because it should be like around midnight for you, right? Like for me, there's not that many places open around that time. Like fast food restaurants usually close at like 10. Sure, there's drive-throughs, but not all drive-throughs are 24/7. Like there's some like I said, Wendy's, they close at like 1 a.m. The only one that's 24/7 is like Jack in the Box. And then, you know, of course, there is some liquor stores that remain open. I don't know. I would say mostly gas stations for me. Kinda. My work is nearby and it has a 24-hour store near to it. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, because a lot of the time I could just go to a gas station to pick up food, but if I'm feeling fast food and I don't feel like looking up places to see if they're open, I just go to Jack in the Box. I haven't been to Jack in the Box in a while though. But it's before 11 o'clock, I would go for like McDonald's or something. If I'm not feeling Jack in the Box, that is. But back then when I worked at this one place, I used to always go to Wendy's only because it was nearby. Well, at least I would do that for every Friday. I had this routine like every weekday I would eat like 2 slices of pizza for like lunch. And it'd be like the whole box of pizza and it'd be like 8 slices for like a Little Caesars. And you know, that would be 2 slices each for 8 slices. It would run out by Friday. I just rush over to Wendy's, get my food, since I don't have pizza. And that would be the routine, because literally it's only because Wendy's is close enough. Jack in the Box is a bit of a ways away, where everybody, if they wanted Jack in the Box, they practically had to like speed to get there. And it really cut down to the wire because you only get 30 minutes of lunch. And there has been times where I try to rush over to Jack in the Box and then come back to work, and it really comes down to the wire where, you know, you kind of question yourself if you're gonna make it back on time, especially since there's always fucking, you know, like lunch rush or whatever it's called. Used to go to a 7-Eleven after work in high school, got out after 11 p.m. sometimes 1 a.m. Oh, I see. I am a friend for gas station stuff. Oh, nice. I hope I counted. I think I did count it, right? I'm gonna assume that I did count it. Shit, I hate when that happens. I hate when I'm not sure if I counted it or whatever. My long-term memory is better than my short-term. Like super short-term. Like I would literally just do something and I don't recall when I did it. And I know that's probably evident that the opposite of, you know, pertain to this stream, that my long-term memory isn't as good either. But I assure you, my long-term memory is pretty decent. Okay. 419 though. No, but a lot of the time for sure, yeah, like my short-term memory is pretty ass sometimes. Like I remember walking to him, I'm like, why am I here again? Like there's a reason I came here. Or you know, sometimes like switch over a tab on the internet or look in my phone and I'm like, why am I on my phone again? And I'm like, oh right, I was gonna do this or whatever. Like that happens so often. The dumbest thing I did pertained to short-term memory. I put my, like when I was a kid, I put my blankets away and I had to walk in the hallway and put them in this closet and stuff. And I remember walking to the bathroom holding my blankets, trying to put them away because I had forgotten what I was just doing. And I'm like, why am I in the bathroom holding my blankets? I'm like, all right, I was putting my blankets away. It was very stupid. Yeah. Let's see, another Zubat. 420, blaze it. I made that joke last time. Alright, 80 more Zubats to go. That we got a 20 in no time. That was like less than 10 minutes, it feels like. I wasn't really keeping track of what time it was. I swear I hit like 400 at 2 o'clock or something. Well, for me, that was 18 minutes ago. I think. I don't recall. I wasn't keeping track of what time everything was. I think when I mentioned I worked at the chemical plant, like a while ago when I first talked about it, I had mentioned about like these tubes that were like a bit too big for my hand and shit like that. Besides that, I don't know, just like working there didn't seem right to me at all. Like, because you know I mentioned that the job is cancerous and all that stuff, but yeah, I gotta go. It's pretty late. Alright, I'll see you later, foe. But yeah, the whole place was quite literally cancerous and everything, and it's just like 421, by the way. It's I don't know. The job was hard. It was cancerous. I didn't really like the people there that worked at the job either. Because I remember when I was at the chemical plant and stuff, and the dude is just teaching me how to do this stuff, and I'm looking towards, you know, I forget if it was the conveyor belt. It was some machine that he was showing me, and he was teaching me how to do it. And then at some point he just snaps and he looks at me. He's like, well, "Look at me when I'm talking to you," or whatever. It was like, in my head I'm thinking, you're teaching me this shit, and I'm looking at the machine of what you're teaching. What the fuck do you... In my head I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean look at you when I'm talking? I'm looking at the machine that you're showing me. I don't understand. It's so stupid, but that shit annoyed the crap out of me. And so I looked at him and I kind of gave him this look where it's like what? Yeah. Like, if you're talking about a motorcycle or a car or something like that, and then you're talking about like, oh, how I would drive or something, wouldn't you think I'd be looking at the car or the motorcycle? And like, it's not like I'm not paying attention to them. It's so stupid. Okay, well, we're at 127. No, but I was looking at the machine and I was listening to everything he was saying. But it was so beyond stupid, and that annoyed the shit out of me. So it kind of, you know, rubbed me the wrong way. So that's kind of one of the reasons why I didn't like the people. And they seem kind of judgy too when it comes to like their job and stuff. I don't know. It's like, I don't know, it's not that serious. Defense is up, special attacks down. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong one. What the fuck? Why am I looking at this one? I think I was just looking at it for the number. Same thing actually, no? Oh, never mind. Special defense up, defense is down. He's like almost the total opposite. But we got ourselves sturdy body with gentle nature and stuff. Okie dokie. Yeah, so I don't know, the rest of the people too, because they always just kind of hung out with each other and stuff, and like, you know, they did their same thing, and they were never really helpful with me. They probably had a feeling, I don't know, I kind of have it too with like some of the jobs I had where you could kind of tell when people aren't gonna make it. They probably saw that with me too. I don't know, that's just a I guess an assumption, I suppose. But that's just the feeling I had, and that's what it felt like it was being treated, because that's why they weren't being as helpful and stuff. And like I said, it was extremely annoying, just the fact that it's just that small instance. It just kind of annoyed the shit out of me. I'm like, why are you forcing me to look at you thinking I'm not paying attention to you? I'm looking at the machine of what you're talking about, trying to teach me about. It's so stupid. But anyway, like, besides that, the whole reason I brought it up is because thinking about lunch and food and stuff like that, that's another reason why I didn't like it. I wasn't familiar with the area, so like eating my food, like I didn't, you know, everybody brought their own lunch and stuff, and there's not necessarily a room to eat at, like a cafeteria. So really you would have to either eat at the locker room where you change to your fucking hazmat suit, or you would just eat at your car, and that's what I did. So I would eat at the car in front, and there'd be a kind of a boring view where you just kind of look at nothing on the hillside, and there's like kind of dirt patches and you know, construction sites of houses being built. It's not really too much to look at, you know. It gets old pretty fast after one day, you know. So just eating there, that's I don't know. It just keeps stacking more and more reasons why I kind of didn't want to be around there, pretty much. And yeah, I don't know. It's just that type of thing. That's the whole reason I brought it up, is because, like, you know, thinking about, you know, in the past with this other place, I suppose I'm rushing over to Jack in the Box and eating from Wendy's, and then eating in the cafeteria, eating pizza and stuff like that. And then it's just the polar opposite with this, where I'm like by myself eating by my car, and I'm absolutely bored. I don't know if it was 30-minute lunches. It probably was, but it could have been 45 minutes to an hour. But I was bored as fuck. Like I don't take that long to eat. And I don't feel like walking back in to really socialize with these people that I don't really fuck with, but yeah, 423. It was, I don't know. And it just wasn't worth it for shit. So yeah, for other jobs too, I don't know. Honestly, all the other jobs, I had an easier time spending my breaks and eating. When it comes to lunch wise, like, I don't know, that was probably the most boring lunch experience I had. It was the main chemical plant. And I'm okay with just, usually I don't want to say like what place I work for and stuff like that. Like the only clue I gave in the past was just the warehouse stuff. The chemical plant I'm fine with saying out loud, because you guys won't be able to know which chemical plant it is, even with the clues of me saying this, you know, fucking pipe that's too big for my hand. You guys won't know what I'm talking about when it comes to that. I just call it a chemical plant, but you know, you could, it's not too far from the truth, you know, of what it is. And I'm not implying something like, you know, illegal or anything like that. I'm just, you know, if you know, you know. It's just like for the substance that's there. Not really that. I keep it. Yeah, it almost sounds like I'm insinuating something else. I'm not. It's pretty bare bones, and it's an everyday use of this product. I'll say product. The only reason I don't want to say it is the same reason that I don't want to say any of the other jobs. That's literally the only reason. But yeah, let's talk about this other person messaged me pretty quickly. Actually, we could open a pack right now, because I think it's made available to me. I'm not gonna pop it up on stream or anything, because that's just gonna take like a lot of time, but I'll try to multitask. And then we'll talk about Pokemon Movie 14, which is a split movie. There's a black version and a white version of it. So I don't know how well this is gonna go. Let's see here. 424. Sometimes this app takes a while to load either way. It's downloading. I don't know why. Maybe it's downloading because of the cards I just got from the last stream. I'm not sure. I got a trade available yet again. I don't know if it's from Foe or not. 2 hours and 16 minutes. I got another booster pack ready. Is this from Foe or someone else? I got a trade from somebody that it's a bit surprising who I got a trade from. I don't know. Interesting. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Let's see, 425. Let's see here. Okay, well I might as well try to open it now. There's like a whole bunch of stuff ready for collecting. What other stuff I'm trying to get here? Sorry if I'm not being like explicit right now. Not explicit, that's not the word. One more body slam to use. Okay, well after this we're gonna do the promotional break and then we are gonna be pretty much opening the pack. Just a small promotional break. A pretty small promotional break. Let's see here. People are thanking me for the wonder picks and stuff, so that's pretty interesting. I forgot that I ran out of moves. Shit, I just said two. Okay, well that's fine. I don't know what's this other shit that's notifying me. This like the news. Issue with the effect of memory light. What does that mean? What's the memory light? Thank you for playing Pokemon TCG Pocket. We are aware of the following issue. When you attach the memory light Pokemon tool to Staravia or Staraptor to use the pluck attack from the previous evolution, Starly, the effect of the attack does not trigger. Oh. Well, I didn't even use that card, so I didn't even know. 427. Okie dokie. I literally just said, and I just went for another encounter. Well, that's fine. At least it's a Publion. We could just go, we could go fly back and stuff. Hold on, let me just lower the volume, and then I'll raise it back up once I'm ready to do the other thing. Let's see here. I meant to not go here. I think I just went back to the same spot. Motherfucker, come on. Sorry, I feel like I'm distracted, but at the same time I'm not. I'm like my brain is like in 3 different places, but at the same time it's all accidental and stuff. Okay, just a little bit thrown off. Okay, now we could go back, and then from here we'll do our promotional break. I don't remember what that salesman sells, by the way. He could be selling citrus berries for all I know, I'm not sure. I should buy more, to be honest with you. But let's take the moment to promote and everything, because I would like to do that. September 9th. Okay, well, there's that. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Oh, let me refresh the page, actually. It's not telling me how much I got here so far. But we got pretty much 3 hours left, which is still a pretty good amount of time. We are definitely hitting 500 today. But only 81 people saw it. That's unfortunate. I've been seeing a lot of weird shit trending lately. I don't know what's going on here. To hit it soon. Come through. We are still live. Red circle, and then another red circle. There we go. And then hashtag Pokemon, hashtag Xenoverse, hashtag Pokemon TCG Pocket, fuck it. I don't know why that wasn't an option before. Hashtag Eevee, hashtag Pokemon Go, hashtag Live, hashtag Pokemon. Where's Legend ZA, bro? Yeah, there it is. And let me also put the link here. Alright, that's as good as it's gonna get. Okay, so why is this trending? I don't want to say what it is. 30-foot factory. Well, okay. Sorry for the delay. I'm back. It's just, I don't know. That's 2 days in a row where I see some weird shit trending, and I don't know how I feel about it. Yeah, so let's go raise the volume up so we could get ourselves a pack. I don't even know what's next, to be honest with you. Let's see here. I think Triumphant Light, because the last one I did is Shiny Rovery besides the Secluded Spring. So let's go open. Wait, is it Triumphant Light? Hold on. I need to look at the packs. While I do this, I will try to get Pokemon at the same time. And then I can see my magical cards too. My gorgeous shiny Mew as well. It has to be before that, right? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. The Celestial Guardians, it wasn't that. Sorry, this is gonna take me a while. I think this is Triumphant Light, isn't that? No, that's Shiny Revelry. Sprinkle Details also from Shiny Revelry. Gardevoir was from my trade. That's a promo card. Yeah, I think I'm in Triumphant Light. Alright, cool. No problem. Alright, let's raise it up a little bit more. Not that one. We're gonna go for Triumphant Light. Like I said, we're in cycle 7. And usually by the end of the 10 cycles is when I'm ready to get like another 10 pack going. But, yeah. Alright, let's go for it. Triumphant Light as we get another Zubat. That's 428. Let's get some good shit going, y'all. Let's turn this one around. We see one that's turned. No sound included in that one. Nothing in the fucking booster pack either. Imagine if I did pull up the TCG Pocket Emulator to get literally nothing, dude. I'd be so pissed. Celestic Town Elder is the first card. The Azumarill. We got Meditite. We got Golbat. And we got Staraptor. Alright. Literally nothing. Okie dokie. Well, that's a shame I didn't get anything. Oh god, alright. Alright, let's see here. 429. Okay. And there's Phantom. I still got one more mission to do this. I could either wait for the second pack, or Wonder Pick, or do a battle midstream. And I feel bad that the yesterday I battled well. It's just that like these other cards outclassed mine. Like when I lost 2 battles in a row. Like I did battle well. It's just also that there's 2 misfortunate things where I didn't have Abras or Coughings. I had all the other cards but those. And then is the opposite problem on the following match where I didn't get my fucking Kadabra on time. And yeah, that's what cost me the match. And that's kind of just, you know, that's kind of the perks and just the luck of the roll when it comes to TCG Pocket matches. Is just that, really. You know, you can't really help but have that happen. So yeah, there's that. So it is what it is. Okay, let's see here. Do I have enough to even... I feel like... Okay, well let's see what's even available for this shit. Okay, well here's another Zubat. Hold on, I'm looking through the cards, looking through the cards. $431. Nobody has anything decent. I mean, there's a Lithium, but I already own that. Okay, well here's a Blossom Full Art that I don't have from Lugia. So that's pretty decent. I guess I could go for that. Did I miss my Mega Horn? What happened? I think we both miss each other's moves. Because I looked up and I saw Supersonic. I'm like, Supersonic? I definitely missed my move? Okay, then there's this guy. Oh, he has Full Art Puyukumuku and a Full Art Beware. I got Puyukumuku though. So maybe I could go for that. Then there's the Full Art Stunfisk that keeps evading me too. He's like giving me a smug look and everything. What an asshole. Let's see here. Mega Horn. 433. So it's this person named Kai Mewtwo Master. Let's go. It's like for Lunala, the Full Art Puyukumuku and Beware. The other cards is Alolan Vulpix, Spoink, and Rockruff. So I might as well go for it. It's a good chance to get one of them, and I want to go for the Beware. So let's go for it. I don't know if I should put volume up. I'll just do it just for the... Oh shit, I almost dropped my phone. Just for the effect. I think it's middle? But I always think it's middle. Take a peek. It is not middle, that's a Rockruff. But that's the sneak peek. So I'm gonna go for left. I got the Beware! Yeah! Nice. Sweet. Okay. Not bad. I'm gonna put thanks and I'll give him a friend request. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. Alright, so yeah, as I was saying, today we're going to be talking about the Pokemon Black and White movie that's split into two, where it's practically the same movie. And from what I remember, the differences being is Reshiram and Zekrom on one end and the other. I think from what I remember, it's like a Golurk and Hydreigon. And I don't recall, I think there's differences in shiny Pokemon too, and I don't know if it was also the Golurk and Hydreigon or if it was different Pokemon. But it's interesting nonetheless. So, yeah. And it also begs the question on... Because I'm still trying to come up with the Pikachu short, and I haven't really... I was thinking about researching some stuff for specific reasons. If you know, you know, from like what I was hinting before. So yeah, I don't know, but we got 2 hours till the next pack drops. So yeah, let's go back to Pokemon. Let me just put Pokemon Movie 14 and see what happens. Pokemon Movie 14. And see what pops up, and then we can read it from there. Yeah, it's black and white and everything. I remember not liking this movie as much. It's that it's, I don't know. No, it wasn't for me. I'm just not that much of a fan of I don't know. Anyway, though, this is pretty much 2 movies in one. basically the same movie. And I had watched both at one point, and that's just really all I remember was that. As we get 434. As there's white, Victini and Zekrom, Victini and the black hero Zekrom. I don't know why that says it under the white Victini and Zekrom, but okay. And then the other one says black Victini and Reshiram, Victini and the white hero Reshiram. Okay. They're making it extra confusing today, but yeah. It says it premiered in Japan on July 16th, 2011, and then United States December 3rd, 2011, and also December 10th, 2011. One of the movies was a week later, which I guess is understandable in this case. But home video, it says Japan December 16th, 2011, and the United States April 3rd, 2012. So yeah. And the ratings are not rated for the United States, and it also says all ages. I'm guessing it's for both movies, I don't know. And Great Britain, Ireland, and Canada says PG, Quebec, Japan says G, Germany says 6, Australia and New Zealand says G as well. So yeah, there's that going for us. I think that's our last Mega Horn, by the way. 435. Pokemon the movie, White, Victini, and Zekrom. Pocket Monsters Best Wishes the movie, Victini and the Black Hero Zekrom. And Pokemon the movie, Black, Victini, and Reshiram. Pocket Monsters Best Wishes the movie, Victini and the White Hero Reshiram. Referred to collectively as the first movie, Pocket Monsters Best Wishes the movie, the first movie. That is literally the whole sentence. What the fuck? That's such a long title and it'd be redundant. The first Pokemon the series Black and White movies and combined the 14th Pokemon movie overall. They premiered in Japanese theaters on July 16, 2011. White, Victini, and Zekrom received a limited release in US theaters on December 3rd and 4th, 2011, making it the first Pokemon film to release commercially in theaters since Pokemon Heroes, Latios, and Latias in 2003. I might have said that backwards. It aired on Cartoon Network on February 11th, 2012. Black, Victini, and Reshiram premiered on Cartoon Network on December 10th, 2011. The films are released on DVD in the United States on April 3rd, 2012. So, yeah, so they are going by the game cover counterparts, because Pokemon Black has Reshiram on the cover, and Pokemon White has Zekrom on the cover. I think that's where the confusion lies. But yeah, if you guys are new to the VOD or something like that, and you could easily follow along through the Bulbapedia, because I'm looking at the 14th movie. I'm practically in the second paragraph now, kind of. Alright, for the first time in the series history, two different versions of a film were released. White, Victini, and Zekrom features the Victory Pokemon Victini and the Deep Black Pokemon Zekrom, while Black, Victini, and Reshiram features Victini and the Vast White Pokemon Reshiram. And then it says other posters and logos. Pikachu in the movie poster, which is on the cover, Pikachu, Snivy, Tepig, and Oshawott with a very boring white background, with some like little Japanese text in the corner, kind of slanted. It's red text and some logo, and then a lot of Japanese text in the bottom. For this one, it says Victini and the Black Hero Zekrom poster, which Victini's all charged up in a fire position with Zekrom, normally with the same game cover pose that he has, with Japanese characters at the bottom with something in the corner symbol as well. And along with that, Victini and the White Hero Reshiram poster, with Victini doing the same fire pose and the same Reshiram from the Pokemon Black cover, with Japanese characters at the bottom and the logo on the top left. Strangely enough, with the two covers though, Zekrom and Reshiram, even though they're the same covers of the game, they're they're like filtered differently, where they're a little bit, the white and black is more prominent and it almost seems brighter, at least for the white section, making it look kind of neon white-ish. I don't know how to put it, but yeah, that's the best way I could put it. Japanese poster featuring both movies. Victini doing the same charge position, being fiery, and then Ash in the group in the middle with white and black, both logos. Japanese characters all separately on their respective sides, kind of on top of each other, all diagonally. It's all weird. But Zekrom's on the left in a different position, with his and Reshiram on the right. But they got like outline colors to it, where Zekrom has a blue outline and Reshiram has a red outline. So it's interesting enough. Oh, I like this cover a lot better. Well, to a degree. All of them has their perks and stuff like that, but yeah. This was this Japanese poster featuring both movies. And Victini kind of has a different pose. He's kind of like in a stance, standing up. 1437, by the way. And there's the rest of the group at the bottom. That's the worst part about the posters. You know, just looking at Ash, I guess, with Pikachu's over the shoulder, and like other Pokemon like Oshawott, Tepig, and Snivy, and then Silent and Iris, and I think I see Axew over the shoulder of Iris, and then Pansage on Silent. But I like how Zekrom and Reshiram looks. They're looking directly into the camera, or like, you know, through the fourth wall, and they have glowy eyes and such. That looks really cool, I would say. Japanese movie poster. It's like a bigger graph to it. One side shows Zekrom in a different pose, with the blue outline, with like a whole shit going on with Ash and the group, you know, posing with him holding the Pokeball with Ash. Victini, I think it's the same charging symbol that he does. And then on the other side, though, it's Reshiram, almost looking towards Zekrom's direction in a red outline, 438. But strangely enough, Ash in the group has like a different pose to it. Instead of holding the Pokeball, he's kind of like putting his arm out, like he's going like, yeah, or whatever. And Victini's also doing a different pose too, strangely enough. I can't tell if everybody else is too. Pikachu has a different pose. I don't recognize anything else. It's kind of hard to see. Yeah, I think I see Golurk. Yeah, that's a bit weird. I don't know if I seen Golurk on the other one. Reuniclus, I forgot that he's there. I guess the Golurk and all of them are there, but they're more so on the top on the Zekrom side. On the Reshiram side, all of them are on the right. I think that's Gothitelle. No, that's Hydreigon. Okay. Alright, my bad. I know I'm slowing down and doing all this. Black Victini and Reshiram poster. Victini's still doing the same charge position. This is pretty much the same logo as I mentioned before with the neon white Reshiram that I mentioned before. And then white Victini Zekrom poster with the same thing. It's just all in English with Zekrom in the back or whatever. With Victini doing the same charge. As we got ourselves 439. So let's see. Okay, so for this one, Ash says that same Pokeball position thing, but we see Pikachu, Oshawott, Tepig, and Snivy, with Zekrom and Reshiram doing the same poses. Well, not really the same poses. I think Reshiram honestly has the same pose. I don't know about Zekrom though. He might have a different... No, it's the same pose as the Japanese one that I mentioned before. It's just they flipped it, I guess. Yeah, they completely flipped it. I lost the positioning where I was. So yeah, Australian alternate DVD cover, my more so favorite covers, because it always just features one Pokemon. In this case, it's Victini doing his fiery charge attack. I really like these covers a lot. They're simple but effective. black Victini and Reshiram digital distribution poster. It has Ash with the holding the Pokeball position, Pikachu kind of doing a Kung Fu kick next to him, Victini doing the charging attack, with Reshiram kind of with the red aura around him and such, with like action going on around him. 440. And then there's white Victini and Zekrom digital distribution poster. With Zekrom now in the other side, Ash still in the same position with the Pokeball, except this time Pikachu and Victini are flipped. Victini's now on the left, Pikachu's on the right doing his Kung Fu kick. And then Victini and the Black Hero logo has like just the Japanese characters. Victini and the Black Hero Zekrom logo has, for some reason, it looks like more text in the Japanese logo rather than the other one. I think because it says Zekrom. And then Victini and the White Hero Reshiram logo is the exact opposite in colors, you can imagine. Like the other one was white with black in the center, and then this one's black outline with white font in the center. Black Victini and Reshiram logo, this time it's in English. And I do like this logo a lot better than the other one. Victini it has like a weird coloration to orange to it. It's like a soft carrot orange, is weird. And Reshiram outline lettering looks kind of weird too. But white Victini and Zekrom logo. Pokemon the movie, white Victini and Zekrom. This logo does look a lot better. I think it's just like the black outline with the white blocky letters look a lot more prominent. Victini has like a better orange to it compared to the other one. It might be the same exact orange with like the soft carrot look, but it looks better along with the black. And Zekrom has like black text in him with blue surrounding it a little bit. I don't know. This is probably my least favorite of always talking about the Bulbapedia stuff. It's just talking about the posters, because in case somebody is just hearing me say all this shit, you know, it doesn't mean anything unless you look at it. It's a lot harder to describe. Pokemon the movie dual logo, that's the first that they have this, but like on here at least. Pikachu with his tail making the shape of an M, and where it says Pikachu the movie, the M was his tail right there with dual. Pikachu the movie dual logo. That one has like a black background, it's all transparent, and the dual is now in steel, strangely enough. Black Victini and Reshiram title screen is exactly what it sounds like, and white Victini the Zekrom title screen is exactly what it sounds like. It's just on TV, on the monitor, all that stuff. 442. Alright, spoiler warning, because we're about to begin all the stuff. Let's start with the blurb. Pokemon the movie, white Victini and Zekrom. During their travels through the Unova region, Ash and his friends, Iris and Silent, arrived in Eindhoek Town, built around a castle called the Sword of the Veil. The three trainers have come to complete in the town's annual battle competition, and Ash manages to win with an unexpected, help from mythical Pokemon Victini. It turns out Victini has a special bond with this place, as we got ourselves 443. Hell yeah. Long ago, the castle watched over the kingdom of the Vale, and the partnership between Victini and the king protected the people who lived there. But that kingdom has since... But that kingdom has since vanished into memory, leaving behind powerful relics and ancient Pokemon. Damon, a descendant of people of the Vale, is trying to restore the lost kingdom with the help of his Reuniclus. His quest has taken him to the far reaches of the barren desert. As we got another one, 444. It almost seems like not that long ago we got 404. It's beautiful. And he was convinced the legendary Pokemon Reshiram to join him. Damon plans to trap Victini and harness his power, and as that plan gets underway, the entire town Eindhoek faces disaster. As we got 445. Will the power of Ash's ideals convince the legendary Pokemon Zekrom to help stop Damon? Can they rescue Victini? The greatest adventure in Pokemon history approaches. I strongly disagree. I didn't even like this fucking movie and they're saying that. 446. This is gonna be double the length because there's the Pokemon the movie Black, Victini, and Reshiram section now. Oh boy. Alright, so this might be really repetitive. During their travels through the Unova region, Ash and his friends Iris and Silent arrive in Indo town built around a castle called the Sword of the Veil. The three trainers have come to compete in this town's annual battle competition. Ash manages to win with the unexpected help from the mythical Pokemon Victini. It turns out Victini has a special bond with this place. Long ago, the castle watched over the kingdom of the Veil, and the partnership between Victini and the king protected the people who lived there, pretty much. But that kingdom has since vanished into memory, leaving behind powerful relics and ancient Pokemon. Damon and descendant of the Pokemon, the people of the Veil, is trying to restore the lost kingdom with the help of his Gothitelle instead of Reuniclus. I guess that's the main difference there. His quest has taken him to the far reaches of the frozen tundra, and he has convinced the legendary Pokemon Zekrom to join him, as opposed to Reshiram, I suppose. Damon plans to trap Victini and harness his power, and as the plan goes underway, as we get another one, 447. The entire town Endo faces disaster. Can Ash use Courage of Truth to convince the legendary Pokemon Reshiram to help stop Damon? Can they rescue Victini? The greatest adventure in Pokemon history approaches. You know, they can't say that twice. They just can't. I'm gonna tell you right now, they can't say that twice. Anyway, the movie begins with the World of Pokemon opening, showing the Unova Pokemon populating the land, seas, and skies. The screen moves towards Ash's Pikachu, who starts running, powers up an Electro Ball, and then fires it at a Throw and White Victini and Zekrom, or a Sock and Black Victini and Reshiram. Why didn't they approach this shit last time on the blurb? What the fuck? Okay, I was concerned that I had to read this shit twice. 448. So yeah, basically Pikachu throws an Electro Ball and either Sock or Throw, depending on the versions. Pikachu then runs to Ash. The trio reaches a fork in the road. Silent looks at his map and tells the group to go left in Black Victini and Reshiram, or right with White Victini and Zekrom. Okay, I didn't realize that was a difference. That's one I didn't know about, was the left or right section of the road. I was not paying attention on that. But we got ourselves another Eevee. That is 127, right? I might be wrong. Shit, is it 27 or 28? Fuck, I shouldn't. I'll put 27 for now. I could be very much wrong. It honestly does not matter, but might as well find out, right? As we get another egg. Do we have a space for another one? Well, we're about to. Oh, hold on. Okay. It's 128. Fucking A, dude. Ah, shit. I almost put 128 just in case. Damn it. Alright, let's go fly over. Here. I almost blinked on where it is. Okay, let's go over all the way. Okay, yeah. So that is 128. I'm getting more and more forgetful as it goes on, but it's okay. Let's go fly back because we need to get the egg anyway. Because I know people would be like, you know, there's a PC in the town you just flew away from. I mean, I know, but it doesn't make a fucking difference, does it? If I'm gonna end up here. Alright, let's take a look. We got ourselves defense up, speed is down, adaptability ability, relax to relax with the relaxed nature. How fitting. How fitting. Okay. Well, we made it to a new box. So there's that. Okay, no problem. We'll still slowly train our Pokemon up and still shiny hunt as much as we can. And also for TCG Pocket, it just hit me because I realized that the song sounds hella loud right now to me. That TCG Pocket, the volume could use a little bit more oomph to it. So I'll keep that in mind next time, that I'll raise it up a little bit more. So yeah, I'll do that the best as I can so you guys could hear perfectly fine. I probably should just put it at 100, but I put it at 76 because I'm not sure how loud it actually is. Let's see. In White Victinian Zekrom, the screen that moves to a hot desert where a man named Damon is traveling by foot. Damon comes upon a young Blitzel with an injured leg, and he calls upon his Reuniclus psychic to help him carry the injured Blitzel on his shoulder. Damon Reuniclus and Blitzel turns to walk back to a small village to find Blitzel's owner, a little girl named Louisa. 449. Louisa, I guess. Louisa's father thanked Damon for helping, but tells him to go home and that his plans are useless. Damon then tells the man that Eindhoven Town can be revived, but he is again rebuffed. Okay, well, 10 more body slams to go. 450. At the moment, a dust storm appears in the desert and heads towards the village. A herd of Buffalan are startled by this, and they begin to stampede towards the village. Damon goes to check out the disaster and holds up his hand, cueing the appearance of Reshiram. Damon then climbs on Reshiram's back and orders it to destroy the dust storm, which it does with power and ease. Damon asks the townspeople who are shocked by the legendary's Pokemon's appearance to give him another chance. Now for the other version, in Black Victini and Reshiram, the scene instead shows Damon and his Gothitelle visiting a town on the tundra. He discusses the matter of the Kingdom of the Veil revival with the resident there, but is again dismissed. He refuses to leave, asking to see Glacian, the village chief. She and her son Luis are on a cliff working to find herbs with this Lilipup's help. Below on the ice shelf, a group of Bertic becomes agitated when a giant iceberg collides the ice. The ice fractures, causing Lewis to fall. Then, and his mother and the first resident are trying to rescue him. I don't know why the sentence was like that. There was... I don't know. That was so awkward. Awkwardly put. 451. Okay, let me reread that, because it had this weird semicolon on causing Luis to fall, then, that's another comma, as his mother, the first resident are trying to rescue him, the ice that they started standing upon breaks off. That's such a confusing sentence. Let me just try to read it like a normal person would. The cliff fractures, causing Luis to evolve, along with his mother, and who is the first resident trying to rescue him. And the first resident trying to rescue him. The ice are standing upon breaks off. That sentence sucks, dude. Let me just move on. Stranding all of them in the path of the iceberg, Damon Gothitelle saves Luis Lillipup from falling into the water, and then Damon himself appears with Zekrom to destroy the iceberg. Damon and Zekrom reiterate their proposal, and awed by the display, Glacian and her village reconsider. Okay. Hold on, let me look at this right quick. I don't remember what's the person's called. Because they mentioned about Louisa, but what was the main chief's name? Because they just referred to it as Louisa's father. It doesn't seem like that other dude has a name, but they talk about Glacian. Okay, either way. Near Eindhoven Town, Ash and Iris and Silent find a pair of deerling in danger on a cliffside. Ash attempts to rescue them but begins to fall himself. However, he is rescued when Victini touches his foot out of his sight, giving him the ability to jump hundreds of feet across the canyon. I think I do remember that. Now, separated from his stunned friends, let's go body slam once again. Hold on, let's go 452. Now, separated from his stunned friends, Ash agrees to meet Iris and Silent later and heads into a cave with the two deerling. Victini shows Ash visions of the path he should take, allowing him to find his way through the cave. He reaches a giant cavern with a mesh of crystal paths, and Ash's presence mysteriously activates an orb and the crystals. Before he is guided again to the cellar of Eindhoven's town castle and up to its balcony, there he reunites with his friends. I don't know what was the whole point of that paragraph, like, oh, they're separated but they immediately get back together, is basically what I feels like I read. Silent explains that the castle is known as the Sword of the Veil and is said in legend to have flown to its current location from a valley far away. While exploring the castle, Ash and Iris and Silent share some macarons among themselves. But an invisible Victini keeps stealing Ash's macarons. Much to his disbelief, the group hears fireworks outside, which causes Victini to choke on a macaron as the group realizes they must hurry to the town's battle tournament. In the ruckus, Ash runs into the invisible Victini. This confuses him for a moment. I thought they were going to say confusion, that's why it was such a weird sentence. Let's see, another body slam. And that's 453. Wait, what? Who just, you leveled up? Oh. I was like mashing A, so I wasn't sure. Well, Z, this is PC. Okay, well, this confuses him for a moment, but he brushes it off. The group encounters the relatively plain-clothed Damon, who introduces himself as the castle caretaker and offers to escort them to the town, which they accept. In the town square, the group meets a woman named Juanita, who runs a Victini-themed souvenir stand with her Golurk, which is shiny and black Victini and Reshiram. The town's mayor, Mayonnaise, I'm just gonna call him Mayonnaise, gives a speech to the townspeople congratulating them for the bountiful harvest they have collected. Mayonnaise senses clink, clang, and cling clang as we get another body slam on here. And 454. Into a large music machine, starting the festival. He explains the tournament rules. Each competitor has been given a necklace and must challenge other competitors throughout the town, with losing trainers surrendering their necklaces until the winner emerges. In the first round of the tournament, Ash faces Mako and her superior, which he defeats with Pikachu's Electro Ball. Iris battles a trainer named Tatsuki and is Embor with her Emolga. I forgot that she owned Emolga. What the fuck? I don't know why I forgot, I just did. But Emolga used Volt Switch, forcing Escadrille to come out in its place, against the rules. The referee promptly awards the match to Tatsuki. Juanita's daughter Carlita, with her Hydreigon, shiny and white Victini and Zekrom, quickly dispatches of Silence Pansage. Ash and Ashwa later battle Tatsuki and defeat Embor with Aqua Jet. Ash sends Tedpick to face Liku and his Samurott, and Samurot's Razor Shell effortlessly smashes Tedpick into Juanita's stand of Victini's trinkets. Why the fuck did Ash send out a Tedpick versus a Samurott? When is that ever a good idea? What? Like, why would he do that? 455. Let's see here. I forgot where I was. However, Victini covertly appears and powers up Tepig, allowing it to defeat Zamrot with an absurdly powerful Ember. Carlita witnesses this and, becoming suspicious, challenges Ash. When Ash's Scraggy attempts to headbutt Hydreigon, it is knocked into the trees. Carlita sees Victini give Scraggy a power-up, after which Scraggy quickly defeats Hydreigon with the second headbutt. Carlita surrenders her necklace to the judge and then confronts Ash, informing the group of Victini's role. 456. Suspicious that Victini was the one who stole the macarons, Ash uses one to bait it out. It appears and Ash excitedly tries to befriend it. Victini is initially receptive and playful, but becomes alarmed as Ash swings it around enthusiastically, leaving the Pokemon of the group to coax Victini back to them. As the party travels through town, Victini hesitates in the shadow of giant pillars. Ash tries to force Victini forward, but Victini gets clobbered by a magical barrier around the castle area. Delineated, I don't know what that word is, but by the pillars and preventing Victini's escape. Upset, Victini flees back towards the castle. Later, while looking for Victini with Juanita and Carlita, they run into a Mayonnaise and Damon. It is revealed that Damon is Juanita's son and Carlita's older brother. He has been traveling and has not contacted Juanita in some time, which she reprimands him for. Carlita attempts to cheer him by telling him about Victini's appearance, but he says he already knew. As we got 3 more body slams, now 2. After that count, 457. At Mayonnaise home, Victini is found leading a group of other Pokemon inside. Mayonnaise relays the legend of the tribe, now known as the People of the Vale. 1,000 years ago, they were prosperous people who lived in a place called the Kingdom of the Vale, in a valley where the Sword of the Vale originally resides. They used a power in the earth called the Dragon Force to enrich their land, and all was well. However, one day the twin sons of the king, the hero of truth, who controlled Reshiram, and the hero of ideals, who controlled Zekrom, began a war over the beliefs. Reshiram and Zekrom battled and drained each other's strength, and then turned into orbs called Dragon Stones. The kingdom was devastated and the Dragon Force corrupted and chaotic, ravaging the earth instead of healing it. Desperate, the king asked Victini to lend him its power, and he created the Pillars of Protection and their barrier to control the flow of that power using the system. The king flew the Sword of the Vale. Hold on, let me count that. 458. The king flew the Sword of the Vale. Sorry. With all the townspeople inside, out of the Kingdom of the Vale to a nearby mountain top. There, the castle calm flow of the Dragon Force. However, soon after the castle landed, the king died, while the Pillars of Protection remained. The 2 regretful princes hid the Dragonstone deep within the caverns of the Sword of the Vale. While watching Ash and his friends play with Victini, Damon informs his mother that her dream that the people of the Vale could one day live again in the Kingdom of the Vale. As we got our last body slam, so let's take a moment to go ahead and do that. Okie dokie, let's go do that. 459. And that was our last body slam, so I guess we could take another promotional break, even though this is technically faster. You know what I mean? That like we'll theoretically get more promotional breaks, but we'll go on Facebook to make like the QR code, because it's been a while since we've done that. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. I don't know why I just started riding my fucking hoverboard like if I was gonna go across the ocean or some shit. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and cross the grass. Where the fuck was I? Shit. Oh, I didn't even... Alright, hold on. I said I was gonna promote and I already immediately forgot. I've been so forgetful the past couple days, it feels like. Okay, let's go to Facebook and create the QR code. So let's go ahead and do that. And while I'm at it, I might as well also reply to some people that are waiting. Okay. Even though the Facebook stories don't help for shit, I might as well do it. Okay, let's go style. We should probably make it blue, maybe? Let's create the story, shall we? I mean, at least I like this background song. I like it better than the Eevee route song. Yeah, we basically got 2 hours left. Plenty of time though. Plenty of time. Okay, let's go like this. Alright, let's go put clean. Let's make it like pink. Scan and watch. Scan and watch. The retro hunt. Scan and hunt the scan and watch the retro hunt. I'm gonna put massive, shiny giveaway. And I'm also gonna put clean, pink, and then we'll put Pokemon retro / vintage / shiny hunt. Day 28. Alright, well I posted it. It's yeah. Okay, I'll get back to where it was. I think I don't recall where I was just at, but yeah. Alright, anyway, let's go exit out these. Back here. And let me message back right quick some people that are waiting on me. So let's go ahead and turn our attention to that, or at least for me. Okay, let's see here. Let me check this just to make sure. I don't think there is one for here, but it's all good. Alright, but we're soon approaching 500. We should be hitting 500 by like around 30 minutes to 45 minutes, I imagine. I'm almost finished with this. Just making sure that I'm not like leaving anybody behind and the messages back and shit like that. But it, you know, if it does eventually lead to a weekend, then I'll take the time to look over in the weekend how many auto shifts there are. It's gonna be really hard to count, to be honest with you. Really hard to count. Because, you know, I'm fast forwarding and everything. Like, even, I mean, I probably do have like the raw footage of me grinding and everything on the first gen, but that's gonna take some digging to find. Let's see if I can have it there, but it's all good. Alright, I'm finally finished with it. Let's just go back to the thing. And yeah, we are at 459, which is not bad. We could easily get 41 more Zubats. So let me reread these parts right here, because I don't recall where I left off, because I don't want to just start on this new paragraph. The two regretful princesses hid the dragonstones deep within the caverns of the Sword of the Veil. That was the last paragraph. But here, while watching Ash and his friends play with Victini, Damon informs his mother that her dream that the people of the Veil could one day live again in the Kingdom of the Veil, as relayed in the flashback, can now come true. He intends to borrow Victini's powers just as the king did, and return the Sword of the Veil to its rightful place. Inside, without Ash and his friends, Damon relays his journey over the past 3 years. Damon visited the scattered tribal settlements of the people of the Veil to try to find the support for his dream to reclaim the land that was the Kingdom of the Veil. Hold on, let's go kill you right quick. 460. It feels a little bit weird whenever I count it before the moment of death, but you know, whatever. It's like a sword attack, you know, before you close the sword, then he dies. That's what it feels like. Crap, where was I? Shit. So, return to his rightful place. Inside, without Ash and his friends, Damon relays his journey over to the past 3 years. Damon visited the scattered tribal settlements of the people of the Veil to try to find support for his dreams to reclaim the land that was Kingdom of the Veil. He was always rebuffed until one day he heard a voice emanating from the chambers under the Sword of the Veil. He and Mayonnaise investigated, walking on a crystal path, when inexplicably the two found themselves separated onto different paths. Damon went on alone to find his legendary dragon, and with it as his ally, he demonstrated the truth of the legend of his dragons. And let's just ran from him. Dragon's power by helping the leader of the settlements. Wait, I just realized, so the whole thing with Ash and Silent and Iris turning left or right, so that was just ultimately pointless. They just ended up in the same place anyway. Maybe that's kind of the whole purpose, like no matter what left or right, it's eventually gonna lead to like a circle route where it just joins one again. That sometimes happens, I guess. It's a bit weird to just point it out. 462? What? Okay, sorry. I think I read the settlement thing last, right? The legend and his dragon powers by helping the leaders of the settlement. Here, each version of the move briefly shows Damon's dragons in the area from the opening of the other versions. Reshiram assisting in the desert in White Victinian Zekrom, and Zekrom in the tundra in Black Victinian Reshiram. The leaders agreed to help him, and as if on cue, They appear in Mayonnaise study in support of Damon's goals, the resurrection of the Kingdom of the Veil. I don't know why they worded it that way, but yeah, 463. Victini... wait, hold on. Yeah. Victini's dreams about his millennium trapped in the Pillars of Protection, witnessing the establishment of the growth of Bind-Up Town. The dream ends with the spirit of the king returning to apologize for the trap, then saying goodbye and fading away. Ash inexplicably experiences the dream as well and is awoken. Victini takes Ash, Iris, Silent to a balcony where it shows them... I didn't use that move, but whatever. Where it shows them the sunrise over an ocean shore. As we got 464. Yeah, but, okay, hold on. Where it shows them the sunrise over an ocean shore, Ash comes to understand that Victini wishes to go to the shore and promises to take it. Yeah. Meanwhile, at the Sword of the Veil, Juanita and Carlita watch as Damon prepares to execute his plan on the observation deck of the castle. He sends out his sigillif, and it takes its place in a mechanism atop the chamber. Sigillif power awakens the thousands of soluces and devotions in the lower chambers of the castle. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. And in turn, the Pillars of Protection activate, rise, and begin to travel towards the castle. Alarmed, Victini flees from the ever-constricting barrier, eventually flying to the castle. Damon requests that it lends him its power. As Damon reminds Victini of the king, it is briefly cooperative until it gets caught in another small barrier. The small pillar forces it into a mechanism that begins draining Victini's power, using it to power up the Soluces and Devotions. As Ash, Iris, Silent arrive, the castle slowly ascends into the sky, and the healthy dragon force flows out, returning to the Kingdom of the Veil and beginning to restore it. Let's see, let's get some bees going. 465. That was the... Wait, am I in a new paragraph? Fuck. I don't know if the... Okay, well... Hold on. But let me... Okay. I don't... Shit, I lost my place. Every time I look away from it or whatever, 466. As Ash, Iris, and Silent arrive, the castle slowly ascends into the sky and the healthy dragon force flows out, returning the Kingdom of the Veil, beginning to restore it. That was the sentence I read, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Ash, Iris, Silent, Juanita, and Carlita rush into the main chamber and find Damon torturing Victini. Horrified that this was her son's plan, Juanita demands he stopped, which shocks and upsets him. When Ash attempts to destroy the machine, draining Victini's power, Damon attacks the group with his Reuniclus or Gothitel, you know, depending on the versions, of course. Damon's Reshiram or Zekrom then arrives, and Juanita attempts to fight the dragon with Golurk, but Golurk is defeated easily. As we get another one, 467. Ash once again tries to climb the mechanism, but Damon's Psychic-type Pokemon knocks him out. While unconscious, Ash receives a vision from Victini of the king warning Victini to never let the Sword of the Veil be moved again. 468. Because if it is, the Dragon Force will return to run amok, causing a repeat of the disaster that struck the Kingdom of the Veil. Let's see here. 469. Damn, I'm getting a lot of fucking Zubats. Jesus. I ran out of those, okay. And I missed that. Sweet. $470. 30 more. Okie dokie. Okay, so yeah, so basically it says to never remove the Sword of the Veil, like, don't let it move again, because if it is, the Dragon Force will return to run amok, causing a repeat of the disaster that struck the Kingdom of the Veil and threatening the entire world. This has already begun, but with the castle now above the clouds, Damon and his dragon are unaware of its happening. Ash awakens in the cellar of the castle, and Juanita begs him to forgive Damon, as he truly believes he is doing the right thing. She then reveals that one thing can stop Damon's dragon, the other dragon, which should still be deep in the castle's dungeons. Where had Ash passed through the beginning of the film, hold on, let me go do that. 471. I mean, the counterpart isn't the only option. I mean, you know, there's other Pokemon that could probably beat Reshiram or Zekrom too. You know, you just have to think. Let's see though. But yeah, it said which should still be deep in the castle dungeon, where had Ash passed through at the beginning of the film. I don't remember them pointing that out, but yeah. As the group explores the Crystal Cave, Ash and Pikachu soon find themselves suddenly separated, as Damon had been. Ash and Pikachu go on alone, a voice challenges Ash, and then the path begins to collapse, forcing him to the bottom of the cavern, where he finds the Dragon Stone and hears a voice asking him for his ideal, the White Victinian Zekrom, or the truth from Black Victinian Reshiram. He answers that he wants to save Victini and fulfill his promise, satisfying his the voice, which revealed itself to be Zekrom and White and Victinian Zekrom, or Reshiram and Black and Victinian Reshiram. 472. Mayonnaise arrives and meets Juanita and Carlita, Iris, and Silent, having flown to the castle in a helicopter powered by his Clink Clang and Clink Clang. He warns the group of the disaster on the surface, but by now they already know. Golek returns to again fight Reshiram or Zekrom, but fails. However, the dragon's finishing blow is deflected by its opposite, which arrives with Ash riding on it. Ash jumps off at the courtyard of the castle, and then Zekrom and Reshiram engage in an epic battle in the sky. Inside the castle, Pikachu engages Reuniclus or Gothitelle. Finally, Ash's dragon defeat Damon's, forcing it below the clouds, where they both witness the unfolding tragedy of the deadly Dragon Force. Pikachu defeats Reuniclus or Gothitelle, and Ash climbs the mechanism, but Damon's dragon returns before he can destroy the barrier around Victini. I did run out of these, right? Okay, just making sure. I had a feeling, but I started doubting myself. 473. What was I at? Shit. Crap. Pikachu defeats Reuniclus or Gothitelle, and Ash climbs the mechanism. I know I already read that, but I just wanted to read something that I'm familiar with and then go, you know, in order. But Damon's dragon returns before he can destroy the barrier around Victini. Damon orders it to stop Ash, but ignores him and instead destroys the mechanism to free Victini. Damon's dragon explains to him that it has heard the land's anger, and then the two dragons blow away the clouds. I didn't mean to do that, but it's fine. Revealing to Damon that devastation that the Dragon Force has caused. 474. And for some reason, these Pokemon are also telepathic, you know, whatever. hammer arm right quick. And that's 475. We got 25 more left for 500. Let's see here. So yeah, revealing to Damon that devastation of the Dragon Force has caused after they blew away the clouds. Panicking, Damon immediately becomes remorseful and begs Reshiram and Zekrom to help him stop the disaster. They agree, lending their power and redirecting some of the destructive Dragon Force into the Sword of the Veil. This powers up the Pokemon inside much more than Victini did, but it also causes the mechanism throughout the castle to become erratic, including the castle's flight. Damon directs his family, Mayonnaise and Ash groups to leave immediately. Let's go right here, 476. Fearing that the castle may crumble, Damon meanwhile insists that he will still stay until the disaster is averted and the world is saved. However, when Ash tries to flee, the barrier generated by the Pillars of Protection continues to trap Victini inside, and Ash refuses to leave without it. Iris escapes with Carlita and Hydreigon's back. While Silent and Juanita board Manny's helicopter as the pillars close in, the castle rocks, and Damon is thrown from it. Without warning, the sword rapidly ascends into the sky, uncontrolled. All the Psychic-type Pokemon flee, leaving Ash, Pikachu, and Victini alone in the castle. High in the Earth's atmosphere, the castle begins to frost over, and the thin, cold air begins to take a toll on Ash. Damon appears, say bye, and now riding his mother's Golurk. I don't know why they use commas over here. While Reshiram and Zekrom attack the Pillars of Protection, but as the Pillars are attacked, they are knocked towards each other, constricting even further around Victini. The Pillars soon collide and close completely in the castle courtyards, trapping Ash, Pikachu, and Victini with their walls. Damon tells Ash to hold on, and he is one of the dragons chosen. And in a desperate bid to save them, Golurk fruitlessly tries to pry the Pillars apart with its hands. Reshiram and Zekrom continue to destroy the pillars, but now several layers of pillars are in the way, and it proves too time-consuming. Inside the prism created by the Pillars of Protection, a weak and delirious Ash sadly apologizes to Victini for failing to his promise to take him to the ocean before it becomes so cold that Ash's tears freeze and he falls unconscious. Victini decides to use Searing Shot, which is too weak to break apart the pillars. But Ash is warmed and wakes up due to the attack. He witnesses Victini summoning up all of its power to activate V-Create. Its ultimate move, that's what it says, my bad, I was looking up briefly. This finally destroys the Pillars of Protection once and for all, and the chaotic Dragon Force gets ejected into space. But Victini is nowhere to be seen. With the barrier and Dragon Force gone, Damon re-enters the castle and wraps Ash in a blanket that helps him alive. Later, with Reshiram, Zekrom, and Golurk pushing the castle, Damon steers the castle down to the advancing tendrils of the deadly Dragon Force. Just as Ash wakes up, he lands the sword, calming the Dragon Force before it can destroy the entire planet. On the beach, Ash, Iris, and Silence stare at the ocean, saddened by the apparent death of Victini, believing that Victini sacrificed himself to destroy the Pillars of Protection and save him. Ash apologizes again before flinging one of the silent macarons towards the ocean. I almost ran from this thing. However, the macaron suddenly stops in the midair and is eaten, and Victini reveals itself to be very much alive, now freed from the barrier just as is always dreamed. So my thing is, I was a bit confused when they mentioned that they thought that he died. Is it because after the V-Create something happened, or did I not register what happened? Hold on. Let me reread that part. Oh. So yeah, the V-Create happened, its ultimate move. This finally destroys the Pillars of Protection once and for all, and the chaotic Dragon Force gets ejected into space, but Victini is nowhere to be seen. That's the part that I miss, is the nowhere to be seen part. Okie dokie. Anyway, However, the macaroon suddenly stops in the midair and is eaten, and Victini revealed itself to be very much alive and now free from the berry, just as it always dreamed. Damon falls to his knees, overwhelmed with guilt that his actions had backfired so badly. However, Juanita consoles him by telling him that they will have a lot of work to do to rebuild the Kingdom of the Veil. Victini sends to Ash a vision of it helping with the rebuilding, and he understands that their time together is at an end. Bidding farewell to Damon, Juanita, Carlita, Mayonnaise, and the other people of the Veil, Ash, Iris, Silent depart for new adventures. During the credits, though, Damon and Juanita leads the people of the Veil in their reconstruction efforts. Hold on. I hate when I stop mid-sentence like that. Wait, I didn't attack him? Shit, I almost started counting. Oh, I ran out. I fucking missed that move. Okay, well, 478. So, Damon and Juanita lead the people of the Veil in their construction efforts. A single spider is seen on the once dead land in the Kingdom of the Veil, implying that the area can indeed be revived. While traveling, Ash, Iris, and Silent get caught in a windstorm created by tornadoes, and White, Victini, and Zekrom, or a thunderstorm caused by Thunderous in Black, Victini, and Reshiram. They later travel through a town where the Team Rocket trio watches them from a cafe, with Peg passing by as well. Reshiram and Zekrom continue flying throughout the world, appearing in the skies in a variety of places. Okay. Let's see here. So now we're at the featured Pokemon. We got Zekrom, Reshiram, and Victini. We got major events that's showing just the black and white timeline, but the debuts of Victini, Superior, Embor, Samurott, Sigilyph, Duosion, Reuniclus, Hydreigon, Deerling, the Autumn form and Summer form, and Sawsbuck, the Autumn form and Summer form. I don't know why or how it's both, but yeah. Clink, Clank, Rufflet, Braviary, Turtwig, Carracosta, Cincino, Gothorita, Heatmore, Jellicent, Crocodile, Purloin, Liper, Petalil, Lilligant, Mandibus, Throw, Sox, Seismitoad, Tynamo, Electric, Confessant, Whimsicott, Thunderous Incarnate form, and Tornadus Incarnate form, Volcarona, and yeah. So yeah, that's interesting. Let's go check this out. I was gonna mention something. Yeah, the whole clink clang thing. Like when I read that, it just sounded like I'm just making up shit as I'm reading it. Like the faster I read it, it just dead ass just sounds like I'm saying gibberish. I don't know. I don't like it. But I do like cling, and I do like clang, and I do like cling clang. Just to reiterate. Characters, there's humans, Ash, Iris, Silent, Jesse, James, Damon, Carlita, Juanita, Mayonnaise, Ravine, Luisa, Manuke, I don't know, Glacian, Luis, Danuke, Mako, Tatsuki, Riku, King of the People of the Veil, Hero of Truth, Hero of Ideals, Trainers, Eindhoven Town, Referee, Citizens, People of the Veil, Peg, Mother and Daughter. Wasn't there already a Peg? Or is that like, does she just show up in the credits or some shit? Well, the Mother and Daughter was also there at one point again. I don't know why they're featuring a lot. 480 though, we got 20 more. Nice. I don't know if we should stop at 500 or not, but if we do, it's gonna end a little bit too prematurely, I think. But maybe that's not such a bad thing, I don't know. I'm gonna have to consider it. 481. I think we should just keep going till 545. I don't know. I'll think about all the other stuff later. Anyway, the Pokemon: Pikachu, Meowth, Axew, Oshawott, Tepig, Scraggy, Excadrill, Emolga, Pansage, Sigilyph, Solosis, Duosion, Golurk, and Shiny Golurk for the black version, Hydreigon, and Shiny Hydreigon for the white version, Blitzel, Lillipup, Clang, Superior, Embor, Samurott, Gothita, Gothorita, Victini, Zekrom, Reshiram, Alomomola, multiple of those, Otterno, Braviary, Carracosta, Cincino, and a flashback,
Deerling Autumn form, intro to the summer form, multiple of those. Sawsbug summer form, but multiple intro on and credits. Multiple Drillbur, Dynamo, Electric. There's Electros. There's flashback on Herdier, Mandibus, Mencino. There's multiple Pad Rats and Pidos and Trinkles, Temples, and Palatos, which are multiple of. Seismitoad, Sigilif, Ducklet that are multiple of. Swana, multiple intro in black and multiple credits in the white version, I guess. Multiple Woobets, and Tortugas. There's Trubbish. There's multiple Colonies and Whimsicots. Volcarona. There's multiple Moonas, Masharnas, Darmanitans, Sigilifs, Reuniclus, and Lilligants. And Stunfisk is in the intro as well. Credits only, there's Tranquil, Snivy, Swadloon, and Dwebble. And Stunfisk. As we got 482. I don't know, part of me does want to just stop at 500 to be honest. I don't know. Because I could be doing some stuff as well, I'm not sure. So exclusive to White, Victini, and Zekrom, there's the Reuniclus that Damon owns. Electros is in the intro. Basculin and Blue Stripe form are multiple of. Bufalon multiple in the intro. Darmanitan standard mode intro. Frillish female multiple in the intro. There's Heatmore in the intro. There's Jellicent female multiple in the intro. Lilligant multiple in the intro. Rufflet multiple in the intro. There's Throw. There's Tornadus in the credits. Unpheasant male and female multiple in the intro. Alright, and it seems like for some reason there's more in the black version, but there's Got the Tail that Damon owns. There's Stunfisk in the intro. There's Archon multiple in the intro. There's Archeops multiple in the intro. There's Basculin Red Stripe form. I almost just ran off. But yeah, Basculin Red Stripes that are in the intro, and there's multiple of. But yeah, 483. Frillish male, multiple of those in the intro. Jellicent male, multiple of those in the intro. Crocodile intro. Lightbird multiple in the intro. Beartick multiple in the intro. There's also Stowlin, Sock, Sawsbug in the autumn form and multiple in the intro. Hold on, let me 484. And then there's Thunderous for, like, you know, its credits, and then Zeb Striker multiple in the intro. And there's the cast and all that stuff. Body Slam, fuck it. I don't know why I say fuck it if that's like what I have not been doing for 485 other times. Okay. Soundtrack. Okay, differences between movies. I mean, we basically already established it just by reading it through and literally seeing a section of the Pokemon there. Okay, the major difference between the movies is the main Pokemon in White, Victini, and Zekrom is Zekrom, while Reshiram is the main Pokemon of Black, and Victini and Reshiram. Ashby Friends said Pokemon in those movies, with Damon using the other Pokemon. The world of the Pokemon intro, while stylistically the same in both movies, featured different Pokemon depending on the version. During the world of the Pokemon intro, Pikachu is seen battling a Throw in White, Victini, and Zekrom, while Black, Victini, and Reshiram he battles a Sock. 486. Ash, Iris, and Silent come to a fork on the road at the beginning of both movies. In White, Victini, and Zekrom, they take the left part, while Black, Victini, and Reshiram, they take the right path. Let's go 487. Oops, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with me today. I literally started playing when I don't see Xenoverse on my screen. How is that? How did I manage that? I don't know. I try to move back and forth, like, and I was even looking at the screen and everything. That was so stupid and weird. 12 more Pokemon though. Okay, so Right after the title sequence, Ash spots a flying-type Pokemon soaring in the air while walking on a trail with Iris and Silent. In white Victinian Zekrom, it is a Braviary, while in black Victinian Reshiram, it is a Mandibuzz, which is a black and white difference. I do remember that much. Pokemon that appear in the background differ depending on the version. Damon differs between the two movies. Damon's Pokemon is Reuniclus in white Victinian Zekrom, while in black Victinian Reshiram it is Gothitelle. Damon traveled through the desert in white Victinian Zekrom with Buffalant and the Blitzel evolutionary line appearing in the area, and an icy plain in black Victinian Reshiram where Beartic and Stoutland are in the area, the latter of which are used by the residents. In white Victinian Zekrom, Carlita's Hydreigon is a shiny Pokemon and Juanita's Golurk is colored normally, whereas black Victinian Reshiram, this is reversed when Golurk is being the Pokemon who is shiny. Numerous scenes are altered in various ways between the two movies. For example, the scene of Damon and Mayonnaise talking at the ruins of the Kingdom of the Vale takes place during the day in white Victinian Zekrom, but at night in black Victinian Reshiram. Other scenes throughout the movies are mirrored. Some small scenes appear only in one version or the other. The background music differs between depending on the version due to having different music composers for each movie. The ending theme also differs, but the sky in white Victinian Zekrom and the voice in black Victinian Reshiram. In the ending credits in white Victinian Zekrom, Tornadus creates a windstorm that is encountered by Ash and friends. In black Victinian Reshiram, Thundurus creates a thunderstorm that is encountered by Ash and his friends. Okay. Hopefully I read all those correctly, but yeah. There's the comparison gallery, World of Pokemon White, Victinian Zekrom, where we see the land, the sea, and the sky. And it looks like the sea Pokemon are even facing a different path too, besides there just being different Pokemon. 489, there's 11 more to go. Let's see here. World of Pokemon in black, Victinian Reshiram. Yeah. But yeah, they showed the black and white intro stuff. Ash Pikachu battling a throw in white Victinian and Zekrom, and Ash Pikachu battling Sock Black Victinian Reshiram. So yeah, we definitely just see that with the sky in the background. Damon preparing to stop many stampeding Buffalant and white Victinian Zekrom, which is exactly what it sounds like. Damon's just riding the Reshiram and stuff like that. And Damon preparing to stop an iceberg in black Victinian Reshiram. Honestly, it feels like the ice one is more entertaining to see. Just him stopping an iceberg and meeting Glacian sounds more important than the desert one. But we got 10 more of these Zubats left. Events. There's Zekrom and Reshiram in the background with a bunch of other 5th gen mons in the front, with them all looking towards the DS. There's like 2 DSs with people's hands being exposed. It's Reshiram Zekrom distribution artwork. Pikachu's the only one that looks the most surprised, and he's turning around going like, or whatever. For some reason, Meowth too has like a weird mischievous laughing face. Either that or he's laughing at you because there's something embarrassing that you're doing. I don't know. Pre-order distribution though. A special Victini was available to people who pre-ordered tickets to the film in Japan. This Victini knew the previously unobtainable move V-Create as well as its other signature move, Searing Shot, and the signature moves of Reshiram and Zekrom, Fusion Flare and Fusion Bolt. Okay. And then there's movie distributions. Zekrom was made available for players of black and Reshiram for players of white. Both would have the original trainer, Satoshi. Both dragons are at level 100 and know their signature moves, Blue Flare and Fusion Flare, and Bolt Strike and Fusion Bolt respectively. Also, Reshiram knows Mist and Zekrom knows Haze due to the Japanese names for these moves being White Mist and Black Mist respectively, as well as Outrage. Mist and Haze? Is that what it's actually called? Is that what it translates to with Mist and Haze, or do they have like their own moves that you know they're like, well, we don't want to absolutely change it. I'm not sure. Oh, Well, look at that. We got ourselves a shiny Oddish. Hey! Nice. Crap, I knew that I messed up my thumbnail today anyway. I accidentally put save when it was cleared on the thumbnail. Alright, nice. Let's we'll just throw a good old Ultra Ball for you, ready? And Oddish honestly would be a pretty good Pokemon to catch more of because, you know, it has a split evolution. Oddish data was added to the Pokédex. The weed Pokemon, grass and poison type, 1'8", 11.9 pounds. During the day, it stays in the cold underground to avoid the sun. It grows by bathing in the moonlight. Oh. Let me look at the shinies right quick. Hold on. Let me, oops, shiny Oddish, line, shiny Blossom does look better, to be honest, so I might go for that, I guess, but what to call you? I'm sure it'll come to me. Nice though. Hold on, I might as well retweet it. Crap. It's already towards the end of the stream. Yeah, I'll see. Okay, well let me look into it. Info. Speed is up, special defense is down. I think that's bad for a Blossom, is it? Excuse me. It's alert to sounds, naive nature. I mean, it's good for chlorophyll, I guess. Okay. Let's nickname you something. Blossom. I'm trying to think of something. I keep thinking like floral, but that's not really a color. Hold on. Oops. Okay, you know what? I keep forgetting that I'm on the phone that has the movie thing and stuff. Let me type in some inspiration. Floral color. Hold on. I'm gonna put all color names. Maybe that'll help. That does not help. Does it say color thesaurus? Hold on. Let me go under green. There's green, forest, sage, olive, lime, hunter. Okay, that's weird. Jade, artichoke, fern, jungle. Why is jungle like a greenish blue almost? Laurel, moss, mint, pine, tea, army, emerald, Kelly. There's a green called Sacramento? What the fuck? I had no idea that was okay, whatever. Sea, green. Okay, let me go to the pink section then. Maybe that will help. Pink, ruby, ultra, Thulian, magenta, rose pink, lavender. I thought lavender was a purple. Why is it in the pink section? Creamy, I didn't think that was a color. Fuchsia, French Rose, Cerise, Carnation, Brick, Amaranth, Taffy, Bubblegum, Hot Pink, Punch, Lemonade, Flamingo, and just pink. There's some colors that don't make no damn sense. There's one that says US flag, and that's a red. I kind of like the name Cerise. Okay, hold on. Let me type in the word cerise and see what pops up. Cerise. A bright, deep red color. Oh, that's right. We literally... fuck. Wait, hold on. Let me check. Shiny Blossom. It's kind of more of a purple. Fuck. Okay, let me look at the purples. Violet, Hibiscus, Mauve, Mulberry, Lavender is for some reason also here. These are two different fucking lavenders. What are they on? There's Lordship, there's Lilac, Electric, which is for some reason on the purple. There's African, there's Grape, Amethyst, Byzantine, Fandango. I didn't even know that was a color. Helio, Floral, Distal, Royal, Lollipop, Plum, Eggplant, Violet. Okay, you know what? Okay, you just decided it for me, pretty much. I'm just gonna call you Floral, because there's literally a color named Floral, and I was gonna call you Floral anyway. That's what I'm gonna call you. I almost called you Cerise. Maybe I'll save that for something else. Maybe I'll just, you know, if I get another oddish, I'll call you that. Floral it is. Sent to the PC. Alright. That was nice. I like that. I'll take a look at it. Well, I mean, I already took a look at its stats and everything, but, you know, once everything we done with that. Okay, anyway, we mentioned about Mist and Haze being called White Mist and Black Mist, respectfully, as well as Outrage being the moves. Other distributions, it says, users of the Japanese language global link could obtain a Sea Gear skin featuring Victini. Players of Japanese or Korean black games could obtain a shiny Hydreigon based on Carlitas, while players of Japanese or Korean white games could obtain a shiny Golurk based on Juanitas. That's pretty dope. I like that a lot, actually. And that's our last body slam right here. Okay. Let's go with 491. We still got like 9 other ones to go, which shouldn't take us too long, to be honest. And that was our last body slam anyway. So let's go ahead and go to the Pokemon Center. But yeah, I forgot that like somebody called themselves Cerise, and I knew them for a different name, and I asked them what Cerise meant, and they explained that it was like a red color. So I don't know how I forgot about that, but it's just kind of like a very obscure name for a color. That's why I didn't remember it. Let me find out what you sell, by the way, sir, because like for the life of me. Yeah, you do sell citrus berries. I might as well buy some. I don't know how many I'm willing to buy. Let's just buy like 19 of them. For now, we only got $19,000, but that's fine. I don't know how much money it's gonna take to spend on, you know, on what's his face. But yeah, I mean, it's fine that it's oddish. I mean, I was thinking about like killing a bunch of oddishes anyway. Alright, so where was I? So yeah, the shiny Golurk based on Juanitas. User of the Japanese language global link can also obtain one of the 2 Sea Gear skins featuring Reshiram or Zekrom, depending on which Pokemon they put to sleep before taking them to Eindhoek home, which much like the Pokemon Cafe home is another event exclusive. Alright, and we got ourselves 492, 8 more left. I'm still debating whether I'm going to continue or not. It just depends if I can finish this quick enough, but all the trailers for Pokemon the movie White Victini and Zekrom or Pokemon the movie Black Victini and Reshiram will be in the YouTube channel if you wanted to see that. there's a manga adaptation. It just says White Victinian Zekrom manga. It doesn't say black version for some reason. But there's a trivia section. Hopefully it's not too long. That doesn't seem all that long. These movies were released between Black and White 39 and Black and White 40 in Japan. However, it chronologically takes place sometime before the aforementioned episodes, as they are placed in the middle of the club battle arc. It also cannot take place after the arc, as Team Rocket had begun their preparations for the Nimbasa subway system plan during that time. Preparations that continue up to its fruition in Black and White 47. Had these episodes aired when originally intended, with their air dates not being brought forward due to the postponement of the unaired two-parter, the movie would have likely premiered between Black and White 37 or Black and White 36, as the former was itself delayed from an earlier date, and Black and White 38. I haven't really seen the Black and White anime like that to even know what they're talking about. I've seen like a few episodes of it. Director Yuyama Kunohiko scouted locations in France, including Nice, Gordon, Tourette's, Sur-Loup, and Mont Saint-Michel as part of a pre-production for this movie. I didn't know those were places that existed. There are the first movies in which Brock does not appear at all. He made a cameo appearance in The Power of One. If both versions are counted together, these films debuted 34 new Pokemon, more than any other movies in the series. As of this movie, all forms of the Unova first partner Pokemon has appeared in the anime series. This is chronologically the first time where Silence shows his fear of Purloin, which I don't know if that, well, whatever. This is the first movie in which no Generation 2 Pokemon appeared. Several short scenes were removed from the Cartoon Network airing of Black, Victini, and Reshiram on December 10, 2011, reduced the film's total running time. These including the appearances of Gothita and Gotharita and their trainer, the entrances of several of the Pokemon Mayonnaise Gardens such as Cottony, a shot of Damon's face as he explains his plans for the people of the Vale, Mayonnaise Clink, Clank, and installing themselves in the music machine, and a shot of Lucia peering through the door to watch Damon talk to Ravine. Several of these scenes were restored for the February 11, 2012 airing of White, Victini, and Zekrom, but other additional cuts were made. Alright, 493, 7 more to go. This might be perfect timing if I do this right. The mother and daughter characters first shown in Lucario and the Mystery Mew make a cameo in these movies, as well as appearing right after Ash defeated Tatsuki. Apparently the mother and daughter is vacationing a lot where Ash is going. What the fuck? Anyway, this is the first Pokemon movie to be available in its original Japanese version on Blu-ray, released in December 2011. It was being by the double film release of the English dubs of Pokemon Heroes, Latios and Latias, and Destiny Deoxys. This is the only Pokemon the series Black and White movie to feature a human antagonist, which I don't know if that's true. Because, like, does the collector not count, or like what? Like that's just one example. Does Giovanni not count for human antagonists? Because I still count the Mewtwo Returns movie as that, but we got 6 more left. But yeah. Let's see here. There's errors now. In both movies, just before Victini reveals itself to the group, Ash asks Victini if he lent him its powers, when Ash says that his lips do not move with the rest of his mouth. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. In the English dub, the voice of Reuniclus can be heard in many scenes involving the Solosis and Duosion, and my game just shut itself. Or my thing just shut itself. I have to scroll all the way down now. Let me see if I can find it quickly. It should be easy to find because I just have to find the error page. So yeah, the scenes involving the Solosis and Duosion in the castle, despite the fact that Reuniclus could only be seen during their flashback scenes to the Kingdom of the Vale. In the Polish dub of Black, Victini, and Reshiram, Damon refers to the found stone as Lightstone instead of Darkstone. For the depth edit, wait, hold on. Wait, what? Oh, so it's just backwards. So yeah, the dub edits the title card sequence, removes the animation of Zekrom or Reshiram unfolding its wings. Best Wishes is replaced by Black and White as the opening theme. The Sky and the Voice are replaced as the ending songs by Follow Your Stars Ideals Mix in White Victini and Zekrom, and Follow Your Stars Truth Mix in Black Victini and Reshiram. As we got like five more of these suckers over here. I'm okay with stopping at 4.99 too if I make it to that. But yeah, when White Victini and Zekrom premiered in theaters in 2011, there was a notice shown on the screen to check out Black Victini and Reshiram on Cartoon Network, which is not present in any other version. The cut of White Victini and Zekrom that aired on Cartoon Network on February 11, 2012 features several edits to the credits at the beginning and the end of the film. The opening credits were moved to the World of Pokemon segment. The black and white theme sequence was therefore textless, and the closing credits were played over a black screen without any of the clips normally featured. And that is $4.96. In the titles of these films in Japanese, the version colors name match the color of the dragon Ash allies himself with in the film. They are inverted in the dub to match the game version Ash dragons in the film that can be captured. I don't think I read that right. These are inverted in the dub to match the game's version Ash's dragon in that film can be captured in. And I think I made it to the... yeah, okay, so that's it for that. Let's look into the manga one now. I don't think there's gonna be too much with this because it's an incomplete article. Pokemon the movie, White Victini, and this advertisement's fucking out of the way and it's pissing me off, dude. Hold on, I'm just gonna wait till it goes away. This shit's so fucking annoying. It's like literally at the exact words I was reading at too, where the advertisement was. It just opened another one. Okay. Pokemon the movie, White Victini, and... stop! Pokemon the movie, White Victini, and Zekrom. So, yeah, Victini and the Black Hero Zekrom is the manga adaptation of the movie of the same name. It is adapted by Mamoto Inouye. It was serialized in Koro Comics. The publication is that. The chapters, there's only 2 of them. The mythical Pokemon of Eindok, and chapter 2 here comes Zekrom. Differences between the movie and the manga. At the beginning of the movie, Damon is able to convince the people in the desert village his intentions are noble after he summons Reshiram and saves the village from a twister and a stampede of Buffalon. In the manga, the possible disaster is removed, and Damon is able to convince the villagers of his honesty by simply summoning Reshiram. Ash saves 2 Deerling at the beginning of the movie, while at the beginning of the manga, he only saves 1. Mayonnaise, Kling Clang, and Kling Clang are not present in the manga at all. Let's see, that's $4.97. While in the movie, Iris enters the Eindok Town tournament with her Emolga, and Silent enters with his Pansage. In the manga, they simply cheer Ash on while he competes, thereby removing their most significant role from the story. Interesting. Let's see. While Ash and Scraggy remain outside his Pokeball throughout the Eindok Town tournament, throughout the Eindok Town tournament in the movie, where he provides a lot of comic moments. Did I miss? In the manga, he is only sent out to face Carlita's Hydreigon. In the movie, the people of the Vale from both the Arctic and the desert travel to Eindok Town in support of Damon's plan, while in the manga, only the people of the desert come to Eindok Town. And that's $4.98. Let's see here. And I think that's it. Alright. Errors. At the end of the translation version of the manga, the title is oh my god, I can't even say that word. Erroneously listed as Pokemon the movie, White Victini, and Reshiram. Whatever this word is. ERRONEOUSLY. The title is an error listed as Pokemon the movie White Victini and Reshiram. Okay, got it. And yeah, that's it. So we have caught up, and this is pretty much our 499 Zubat, if counted correctly. Perfectly timed too. That's pretty good. And usually we talk about characters and stuff, but I think we should save that for the next time. So yeah, I think this is a perfect place to stop. Next stream we will end up pretty early, I would say, for the most part. But tomorrow is when the actual experiments of whether it will work or not is into question. Will we get a 1 out of 500 chance with Zubat now that we have collected nearly 500 of them? But we will pass it for sure in the next one. This is the last second decision, I would say, but I mean, it's perfectly timed and everything. I read everything of the 14th movie. Maybe I could even consider 2 Pikachu shorts to make, you know, talking about it, and maybe even 2 characters to talk about when it comes to, you know, like I mentioned, like the last one was talking about Tobias, and the one before that we were talking about Dawn. And I think for the characters, I was either debating maybe I could do Silent and Iris, or maybe I could do Jesse and James. Who knows? I'll think about it. I don't know if I'm going to do 2 Pikachu shorts watching it in my own time. I'm not sure yet. I have to count to see if it equates to watch the rest of them, because there's like 27 and I'm at like 20, and it's like the 14th movie and there's like 9 of them. So maybe I'll just stick to 1. I think that's for the best. So yeah, we'll just watch 1 Pikachu short. And yeah, for the next time, yeah, like I said, we're probably gonna start at 11 tomorrow, and we'll end it a little bit more prematurely so I could do my errands, but Friday we'll have a longer stream. So let's make this into fruition. I'll see you guys next time. White Tigers and Dragons see you. And you've been Scarb of the Night. I'm out!